Hello, hello. Whoa, what was that? All right, hi everybody. How are you doing? Did you see that one frame of the loading in between? Just like jump scare. Damn. How are y'all doing? Hello, hello. Hopefully you had a good week, everybody. Hey Foxy, hey Ratty. Thanks again for the tier 1. Let's go. Hey, hi here. Your third album? Oh gosh. Like, listen, there's sometimes you just try to upload stuff and it just does not work. Trust me, I get it. Man, is it just... Oh, how many songs are on it, Foxy? If you don't mind me asking. But yeah, hopefully y'all are having a wonderful day so far. Just want to make sure that everything's look good as far as volume. Looks good to me. Alright. You have no... Guys, y'all have no idea. I have been struggling. I managed to do meet my goal for making shorts this week, and everything is normal. Like, it's been a hot minute, you know, you take a little bit of a hiatus here. You've been playing Railroad 2 as well. Awesome, hi here. We'll see who gets there to the top first. Probably you. My bet would be you. And after, it sounds perfectly fine on my computer, but then I open it on my phone to post on the socials and stuff, and it's so quiet. It's so quiet, and it's driving me insane. So I'm just glad. So let me know if this sounds a little off, because I'm trying to mess around with stuff to make it so it doesn't sound just awful. It feels weird after a year that I'm still having issues with this. Hey Puff, how you doing? Hey Dragon, yeah, Raid World, let's go. I was like, I was kind of thinking of doing Not Human today, but there was a costume and interaction that I wanted to do with that, and I didn't feel like doing that this week. Because I spent most of my quote-unquote streaming time, or streaming prep time, was spent on Mama Dodo spring cleaning. So, yeah. I just died to be throwing a bomb. No, but I've done that. I've done that a lot. Hey artist, how are you doing? Welcome. Just in time for Rain Worlds. Let's go. Like, I remember us playing the crap out of this game so we could get to the DLC, realizing that we needed to beat the game in order to do the DLC. Wait, 2 friends' birthday parties? Are they, like, having the birthday party at the same time? Or, like, are you, like, going from one house to another house, like a divorced parent situation? I've been good. I've been getting into visual novels lately. Oh, that's awesome. What's been your favorite? What's the one that's got you hooked? So today is quite busy. Same day, yes. Oh my gosh. One to the other. You're so popular, Dragon. My God. Look at this guy. Not only going to 1, but 2 birthday parties. You should have your friends talk to each other so then you can have a super uber birthday party. Collective. Or are these 2 friends that are completely different friend groups? Yeah, this is Martha. Martha survived the spring cleaning. Surprisingly, y'all's love for Martha goes beyond what I understand is what's considered a good costume. I think I need to learn as an artist. I need to analyze the situation more. I don't know. I remember putting this together. It's like, man, this is a bad one. But y'all love Martha so much. Probably one called Silver Thread in the sequel. It's about an exorcist who doesn't believe in ghosts. Ooh. Ooh. That sounds actually really cool. Would you mind posting that in resources in the art section of Discord? Would you be able to do that? One was an afternoon friend and the other is a karaoke of a choir friend. Oh, separate friend groups. Okay. You know, you could... Never mind. I was going to say you could have the mingle. Oh, gosh. We need a Martha V2 with a full body. We do need a Martha V2. Watch Martha V2 not be as loved as Martha V1, and then I'm like, I don't understand people anymore. Described more than initially as Mama Dodo, but dehydrated. That's so true, though. That's so true. It's it's Mama Dodo when she is getting ready for the Wolverine role. You gotta have all those tight muscles. I can do that, but if that's what you're talking about, yeah, Silver Thread, because that seems interesting. I love kind of like, what's the word I'm looking for? Superhero DC deals with the supernatural, very angsty. What's the word? There was a movie with a beloved actor. God, not only am I forgetting the name of the hero, but I'm forgetting the name of the actor who is beloved, who plays the hero. My brain is not good today. I have mush brain. I have mush brain today. It's my only complete piece. I'm still proud of it. Ooh, you've already done it? Oh, awesome. Hell yeah. Oh, yeah. That's right. I remember you doing it. It was very funny. Wasn't it like a uber long neck? The neck just kept going. It was very funny. Yeah. By the way, if you want more stuff to be posted on the fridge, post some stuff. You want to show it? Yeah. Honestly, you won't even have to redeem it. I got you. Where do I have the fridge? Yeah, fridge door. Here you go. Yeah. And let's grab... Boop. Look at this. Look at the long neck here. Look at that long neck. Oh my god. That would be funny. Honestly, Martha version 2, I think would be really funny if the vulture was here and then Mama Dodo was in the beak. It's just whenever I talk, it's Mama Dodo being swung around. That would be really funny. Oh man. But yeah. It's a circle of life. I was bad, but I am also good in eating, because I just woke up. I got out of bed like 30 minutes ago, so I haven't eaten yet. But I have my Z-bar and a banana in a shodi on my side for us eating it. Wait, why is arachnophobia and all that stuff like so much? Hold on, I need to fix that. That's gonna bother me. I'm sorry. Okay, this needs to be just a little bit less, kind of like that. Maybe a little bit more. Maybe just a touch more. D tier at the best. Fat body ruins it. Really? Wow, you just had to go after drinking. I'm just kidding. Have you seen the vultures? The vultures have like a bigger body. It's true though. You have not seen an actual vulture. I was gonna say. Like I thought it was pretty good. Gotta be real with y'all. Yeah, oh, death needs to be a little bit closer, like that. Death is always close, Ed boy. They are indeed chunky. But I get you what you're talking about, Foxy. When you see the long neck, I mean, we could go down the realm of like more dehydrated, because I think one of the bigger reasons why you like this costume so much is because it's very like in-universe kind of deal, kind of style. So I think it would be pretty interesting to be like, oh, Mama Dodo Vulture is a very skinny, starving version of the Vulture. And I think that's kind of an interesting take. Martha needs some water. Do you think she has a mess to become a circle? Well, that's what feathers are for. I like the way Martha got its name, which is someone thought it was an ostrich, and there was a popular ostrich named Martha. Really? Is that where Alice got the name? Oh, well, that's interesting. I thought they just thought it was a Martha. Speaking of which, hope they're doing okay. It's been a hot minute since they hopped into chat. But yeah, so today we're just kind of going, playing some Rain World, kind of vibing, a little bit lower end of the energy today. But y'all feel free to interact with the new post-spring cleaning stuff. We'll be, of course, adding more costumes in the future, of course. And I actually went forward with the... I went forward with adding the icons in Twitch this time around. Before, it was too much to like catch up with, but since I was already replacing everything, I was able to do that right off the rip, and it was really good and fun. I need to put streamer mode on this other one because I heard the Discord ding. Okay, all right. Let's see where we are in the story. I killed the green lizard and a noodle fly in the cycle. Hell yeah. Oh, the big one? Nice. Alright, we're going to continue. Continue. Oh. Uh-oh. Alright, let's go suck that guy up. No! Alright. Uh-oh. It broke halfway! Okay, hold on. Which button is the button for the map? I don't remember. Hold on. It literally says it right there. Okay, good to know. Alright. Wait, is it? Uh-oh. Oh no! Ooh. Okay. Alright, okay. So, yeah, it sometimes it breaks. I remember us, like, trying to find something. Didn't we get, like, a special ending by, like, going up to the top area and we got something? And we got, like, uber gifted or whatever. Y'all know what I'm talking about? I vaguely remember this. I think we stayed here. Yeah, I got ascended, whatever the hell that means. And then, ooh, left? Should we just go left? We'll just go left. It was reaching the peak of max karma. Right. So, so we just need to go... We're here. So we need to go down. We need to go there. Up. Left? Is that up? Is that a new place? I can't tell if that's a new place or not. We could also go down, but down looks like a place we've already really explored. And if we go right... Well, we could potentially go right. Right could be interesting. Yeah, let's go down, then right. Shoot it over into art, and then... I guess resources. I don't know if we have a share section, but, you know. Excuse me, can you turn down the rain? Excuse me? I guess I die. Okay. What was it? It was... Oh, wait, hold on. There's something... We haven't gone over there to the bottom right. Okay, let's just do that. Interesting. Alright. We haven't been down here? Nuh-uh, I don't believe you. Oh! No! We haven't. Interesting. Alright. It's just a little bit of a rainy day, guys. Calm down. It's not that... It ain't that deep. Alright, speaking of that deep, let's just... come on, come on. What is wrong with me? Oh, that's why. I want to get in that middle section. No, get into the middle of the Bro, there it is. Okay. That's how you clear the survivor campaign. It's true. We do need food. True, true. Might put it into games to play too. Yeah, go for it. Alright. Ooh. Come on, eat it. Perfect. What did the Ascended get to us again? Wasn't it like different, like, I don't even know. It was like different holiness levels, so maybe we can open up different doors. It was hard to tell. Ooh. Ooh. Yeah, I know, right? Alright. Is this the last one? We're almost the last one. Okay. Oh. Alright. So... okay, cool. No, this is the way where we were considering going. Uh-huh. And then... we need to go all the way to the right. Oh boy! Ooh! 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 I'm gonna die here. Good to know. Also good to know. Okay, so hold on. Can we... oh, one-time use fast travel to any discoverable shelter, recovering all karma. Interesting. Now, we're still in exploratory mode. We're still in exploratory mode. Once we clear, like, an area, then I'll consider it. Oh, right. Hey, man, how you doing? Hey, hey, don't. Hey, 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 hey. Let's all calm down here. Let's all calm down. Let's all relax. Let's all relax. We're all just like cats that startle each other. The cats are just all like jumping around like, ah, 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 ah. Hey, Ella, how are you doing? How are you doing today? Yeah, this is a slug cat. Very cute. Oh! Oh, hey, what was that for? I did nothing wrong. Has anyone watched the new Has-Been Hotel season? I have not. Ow! Ow! I'm waiting for the rain to stop. This little area that I've been in should have kept me safe until the rain was done. But it's broke. So I now kind of have to like play this extra careful. Have you ever played Rain World, Ella? Has this ever been on your radar? I know you mostly like horror games. This game can be a horror game, like the lizard guy on the left over there. It's very fun. Ooh. Alright. Alright. Let's go in. Basically, rain is bad. Rain, if you... every, like, a little bit of time, it rains, and, if you're stuck in it, you die. So the plan is to try to get to... I don't even know what the plan is. Something about surviving... I think going up is the way. It's kind of like peak, maybe. That up is the answer. I don't know. I don't know. It is raining way too hard. It's almost like a world. Oh, there's a vulture. Well, there it goes. Anyway, that's also why Mama Dodo. Well, I was Mama Dodo Vulture a while ago, but the costume changed. But okay, all right. Get slowly in there. Yeah, this is the one. Because it's Mama Dodo that's in this universe, aka Vulture. Ooh. Alright, okay, we got this. We're gonna slowly go down. Ooh. Oh. Shove this in my mouth. Okay, we need one more. Oh, okay. It's calmed down. Thank God. And now... Oh, is it worth going over there for that? It's not worth. Okay. You're going through my sound alerts. Speaking of which, I need to add another sound alert. One of the... No, I wouldn't say recent VODs that I'm going to be releasing soon. I made like a weird turkey sound. Just don't do the suck like that guy up one. Just don't do that one, because that's sus as hell, and we wouldn't want that. Uh-oh. Don't you dare. I see you over there. No, you don't see me. That's right. That's what I thought. Alright, let's go suck that guy up. No! I didn't say that! Why would I say that? That would be weird. No, I'm a huge fan of making sound alerts of weird shit that I say. Alright. Where are we now? I guess we just kind of look around now. Oh, okay. Okay, alright. So this is a whole lot of nothing up here. Come here. Come here, you bat. Give me that. Farm to table. Love to see it. Alright, now let's go over yonder. Nothing really of notice here. Yeah, I am playing on survival. And we're just kind of exploring areas that I haven't been to before. That's kind of the vibe currently. Because it feels like... Okay, so it feels kind of like... If I really wanted to leave, I needed to go this way? I lost it. I lost the plot. Where is it? Where is it? There. I'm thinking maybe there is where I need to go. But it's hard to tell. But I'm essentially just exploring the area until I've covered pretty much everywhere to see, and then I go to a new area. And that's what I've been... Ooh! I meant to do that. Luckily, I lived. So I'm thinking right... Go back and listen to the karaoke track so I don't lose tempo. Go for it. Alright. Ooh, let's try you. Where do you go? Ooh. Hello, how are you? No! My spear! Okay, this seems... I don't see anything connecting here. So I think we are in new territory. Yeah, this is new territory. Little bats, how are you doing? Oh, I kind of want to keep on going down just to kind of see. Come on. Alright, what's down here? Okay, this seems like death, so we're going to go up. My expertise tells me that I will die if I will continue forward. No, we've been down here before! Okay. Alright. We have been down here before. Considerable distance. Then what can't... Then where haven't we gone? What haven't we done? I mean, we could just keep on moving this way. Just to see. I don't know what you're supposed to do to beat the campaign. Just hard same. Hard same. We did get the Uber, like, we got the spoken to by God for whatever. It's a wild map. And we're already halfway through. Either way, we're going to have to move things around. I'm just trying to see any, like, gaps of, like, areas where we haven't gone anywhere. Ooh. Ooh. There. Alright. So, there's a good spot that we haven't been anywhere. So, we want to go left. Like, almost exclusively left. Except there. So, left and then down. Uh-oh. Oh, okay, we're fine. He's chilling. He's straight vibing. Uh-oh. I saw it. Get in there! I see it. Okay, we should be. No, there he is! Oh! Oh, no! Oh, no, you ain't gonna get me! You ain't gonna get me! No! You can't touch this! You can't get this, Vulture! I'm too squirrely. That's why they call me a slug cat. Oh, no! No. Hey, nope. You're too fat. You can't get in here. Right. No. No. That was a practice run, guys. Don't worry about it. That was just practice. There are 2 things that we haven't gotten in this area. If we look on the top right, so the top right is like all the different zones. All the diamonds that aren't filled in are zones that we haven't been before. And all the filled in dots are things that we've collected, and anything not filled in is something that we haven't collected. So I don't really know if there is like a ascended area in every area, and that's what the red is for, but I don't know. A part of me just kind of wants to go like, well, let's just go to a different area. I've been playing Hollow Knight and I think I got soft lock. No! No. I can't get it unless I cheat. Boo. But you listen, you gotta do what you gotta do. Okay, one-time use, fast travel to any discovered shelter, recovering all karma. I mean, we could do that. I kinda... this is what I'm thinking. I'm thinking we go back to where we were. We go back to that location that we've been to before, or like going to a new location, and then see. I think we do need to... Oh gosh, right. It's going to be broken. We're going to have to sit through the raid again. Alright. I'm recalling my memory. Man, I have such good memory. My God. Go up here. Is it up? It is not up. Is it down? It's not down. Oh, we could have just gone that way, left, down, and then we're good to go. Oh, it is left. Okay, cool. So what we need to do is get enough food to... So another major part of this is we need to eat and sleep where our symbol increases, and certain doors only open when we are at that symbol or above. So we need to like get near this and then do that. Oof. Alright. So in order to go there, we need to go down, left, up, left. Down, left, up, left. Alright. Ooh. Alright, let's go. Down. Okay, it would be good if we get that fruit. Karma, yes, thank you. Shove this in my mouth. Put it in my mouth. Don't clip that either. Okay, wait for it. Wait for it. All right. Now, if that lizard can just kindly and with the most politeness I can muster, F off. Oh! No, no, not the rain! Haha! You can't get this! Alright, that's down. Oh. It's okay. We're okay. We're okay. We're it's okay. Okay, now we're okay. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, ooh! Haha! Choo-choo! Okay. Put it in my mouth. Okay, we're just vibing. We're fine. See, we're totally fine. Look how fine we are. Just a slug cat just being so terrified. Honestly terrified. Alright. Okay, uh-huh. And then we go left. Oh, another one! Come on! I see you over there. Don't think you slick. Don't think you slick. I got a brick and I'm not afraid to use it. Yeah. Oh, I missed! I missed! Oh. Juked! Get juked, forehead! Let's go! Oh. Get over it. Alright, I'm gonna let them juke it out. Alright. Y'all keep fighting. Yes, fight for me. I am king. I'm like the guy who puts his thumb up or down. Yeah. They're like, are you giving yourself a Roman Empire vibe right now? It's like, maybe I am. Alright. Haha. Alright. Let them keep on doing what they're doing. They're territorial. They're territorial. No. Come on. I'm not the problem here. Listen, he's the one who called your mom fat. All right? I'm just a bystander with my phone saying world star over and over again, okay? What am I in this situation? Okay. We're going to have to No! Why? Keep going. I'm moving. I'm not gonna make this easy on you. No. Vulture! Come on, bro! Save me! Come on, man! I might be alive. I'm not moving. I'm not grooving. I think that's it. Okay. Even though I managed to do it, it killed me in one hit. Damn. Thank you, Slugcat Gourmetter, for the follow, by the way. That's awesome. Awesome name, dude. Oh. No. That's alright. Just know that it's me scrambling to survive. That's it. Alright, back into the fray. You know what they say. When it rains, it pours. Slugcat just looks at me in real life, in real time. Alright. Okay. First things first. Ella, when she finds the boo you stink sound alert. Alright. Eat it. Alright, just wait for it. Just wait. Alright, cool. Ooh, get it. Alright.
Boo! You stink!
There you go. Oh no! Oh boy! Oh no! No! You will not get me, lizard man! Lizard man! Ooh. See? Told you. As long as you talk with authority, people listen. That's half a charisma right there. Okay. Well, I wanted to eat that fruit. Not anymore. All right. Let's try to take advantage of the rain while we have it. Most animals don't like rain, so they're not understandably, because it comes in kind of hard. All right. So once the rain ebbs, that's when all the predators come out. So let's go. Let's go. Ooh, 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 ooh. Jump. This is, oh, no. Oh, I saw that. I saw that. As soon as it becomes pink, we're going in. Or we're going to wait until it... Okay. Did they go away? Let's see. All right. I think... Oh, yeah. We just need to go up. Uh-oh. Ooh. Okay. Oh, no. 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 Please. Please. Oh, thank God. All right, now we just need to go up and then left again. All right, we're okay. We're okay. We're okay. Ooh. Put this in my mouth. Ugh. All right, we have one away before we're fully full. Okay. Okay, we're good. We're fine. Everyone calm down. Everyone calm down! We'll be fine. We're gonna be just fine. All right. Hire's doing weird things with the custom level things. Hell yeah. I mean, honestly, what's a custom level if not to try to break things? Am I right or am I right? Okay. Surely it wouldn't happen again, right? Ha ha ha. Perfect. Lovely. Love to see it. All right. We need... Oh, actually, let's grab this first. Yoink. Did we already have... Do we have a pearl already? Oh, we do. You know what? Fresh pearl. Yummy. FYI, you can force feed yourself so you can regurgitate it later. As of why? Storage. What is the stomach if not nature's pocket? Am I right or am I right? This is a warning. Do not put things in your stomach as a storage capacity. Oh, I see you. I see you. You're not going to get me. Ha ha. Alright. Okay. Now we just need to go left. And surely the vulture wouldn't follow me up here. That'd be cringe. See? That's what you do. And if you get what you want, just call him cringe. Alright. Uh-oh. Is this really it? No, this is not it. Okay, let's just go up this way. You. Okay. Alright. You. Oh, oh, oh. Oh. Okay. Okay. Oh, God. That stuff always scares me. Just like immediate pins and needles. Oh. That works. Alright, let's see here. Before we go in here, this will get us into this next area. That's the thing. That will get us there. Do we have a secondary area that we can come out of? Why does that look like something? Does that not look like something? Why did I stop there? Is that really nothing? There's a part of me that wants to go there. There's a part of me that wants to go there like, that doesn't look like nothing. Tell me, that looks like there's so much space here. There could be something cool in this area. Okay, so here's my hesitancy. Here's my hesitancy, all right? You see that little symbol? You see this little blah-de-de-blah? The symbol to get where we're at currently is like high up on that chain. AKA, you needed to have survived and eaten like 4 or 5 days in a row in order to even get into this area. This new area that we're about to go into is like the second day. Like, it's something that we could always do it. Cycles, karma, whatever. Me bad with words. So I think what I'm going to do is I'm still going to sleep here, but I think instead of going straight there to the left, I mean, should I look? I don't know what's on the other side of here. Like, obviously we've been here before. I think it's the way we came in. Me doing that, like, really bad emote where it's just like, oh. But we could just go right and then check this place out. But if we die, we would have to do it again. Basically what I'm looking for is there another area that we could have possibly gone to? Because in my mind, every area has, like, 2 areas. Oh. Wait, hold on. What's down there? We haven't been down there yet. Frick. Oh, we've been in a lot of these places. Okay. Oh, so that's an area down there. Curiosity killed the cat. Or curiosity killed the slug cat. I deserve to be in this prison for that. Okay. Alright. We'll just see where we go. Alright, we took a nap. We have gone to the next tier. And let's check out what this area is. I got my trusty spear, which has never served me wrong, and I've never missed it. Ever. Alright. Okay, let's go. And that's what a working one looks like. Alright, where are you gonna take me? Seems a little excessive, but honestly, why don't we build doors like this in real life? We have the capability. Okay. Okay. We haven't really gone anywhere here. Let's go for it. Yeah, look at this. We're in Sky Islands. Uh-oh. I don't... Okay, well, that's a one-way trip, tell you that much. Look at that. My God. Sky Islands. We're in the sky. I see you over there. Hoo-ha! Can't get me now. Alright, so where are we going now? We're gonna go yonder. I mean, a part of me kind of wants to go... Okay, no, it's fine. Ooh. Ah. Ooh. Okay. I wonder if it means I'm gonna have to learn how to parkour correctly. Never. Okay, I could take that, go down. Yeah, let's go down that way. Oh, no, no. No, come on. Come on. Oh. Uh-oh. That better be a thing. It was not. So here's the problem with what I just did. We are back in here, but now we can't open the thing anymore. Because if I try to go in here... Yeah, see? Oh, first thing... Oop. I forgot my... There we go. Yeah, forgot my spear. Alright. Now, we need to get more. Preferably, honestly, just one. Oh, whoop. Oh, no, no! Hey, we're on the bottom. We can't lose anymore. If anything, that's freeing. That's a freeing experience. To know that, like, you can fail as much as you want now. You failed as much as you could possibly fail, so why not more? Have you tried... Now I understand why I didn't explore that area, because I just died and then I couldn't do it again. I think that's exactly what happened. Is there really nothing up? It looks like there's something up. But I'm not good enough to do that. So, get good forehead doesn't work in this situation. Ooh. How about up there? That kind of looks interesting, but... Alright. Alright. Hey, guys, come here. I'm gonna need to eat, like, 7 of you. No! 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 Oh, no! No! We're fine. Rot versus Reindeer versus King Vultures versus Leviathan versus John Deere. Versus, Gandalf the Grey versus Gandalf the White. Oh, no! No! You know what? You want to come near me? Yeah! How's it feel, huh? How's it feel? Ooh, oh, ooh. Can't touch this. Can't touch this. Ooh. Oh, I missed! Hold on. Is he gonna... Are they gonna get me from down below? Oh, 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 oh. Oh, he's dumb. Okay. Don't worry, guys. Guys, it's okay. Luckily, my biggest threat isn't giant predatory birds. It's myself. Let's go. And Monty Python's on the Holy Grail's Black Knight. Benito Mussolini. Oh, and the Green Meaty! I was too blinded by the Newgrounds animation visual in my brain that I got distracted. It just walked off. All right. Whoop. Okay. Whoop. All right. And now, let's try to get some grub. Aha! Got it. Give me that grub. All right, we need 3 more, and preferably with no predators trying to kill us. I said no predators trying to kill us. That was a prerequisite. All right, put this in my mouth. Ugh. All right, now. Can also throw immortal snails into that fight. Do it. Okay. You don't see me. Good. Come here! Oh! So I might be here a hot minute. And here's another question. How many extra times do we're gonna have to go through this, finally get to that, come back, sleep again, then attempt to find a place on the other side. That's our current predicament. And I don't know if you've been keeping track, my death counter for specifically falling to my death is pretty high. Ooh. Oh. Ooh. Oh. Ooh. You're sorry for what? Ooh. Okay. Let's get these first. This time we don't have a sphere. So, ooh, no. What, you heard that I was disarmed, so you went after me? Oh, oh. All right. No. Okay. Does it follow me up here? This game is worth the money, in my opinion. This is a very, very good game. All right, just put it in my mouth. Okay. Oh. Highly recommend. And the diverse ecosystems and how the animals interact with each other is honestly genius. Ooh. Oh. Oh. Caught it. Come on. Okay. Ooh. All right. Put this in my mouth. All right. Okay, we have 2 more. We could just go now, but I'm greedy. Aha! Oh, 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 oh! We're gonna go to a short ad break real quick. I'm gonna do just a couple of exercises totally because I just feel like it. Seems like a good stopping place. But see you in a second. All right, let's see. Let's do a little bit of a workout. Also, move y'all down. All right, done a little bit of workout, a little more. Okay, this won't be a necessarily exercise heavy one, but what I will do for y'all is get a little bit of food. You hear that? ASMR. Me eating for the first time in like 12 hours. It's a Z-bar, by the way. This is your sign to eat if you haven't already. If you're sitting here wondering, like, why isn't he doing anything? It's because we wait for the ads to be over. So that people don't miss anything while they're on ads. Because that sucks. Okay. I've eaten my Z-bar. I have drank some water. We are relatively hydrated. Let's get going. I'm now sitting down, which means I'm now more powerful than you could possibly imagine. All right. We do have the spear. You gonna run a raid? Ooh, okay, have fun. Good luck on the raid. Tell others I said hi. I'm assuming you're playing with other people that we know. But have a good one. Oh, no! No! There's 2 vultures! I have a spear, but it's not gonna be useful against those 2. Okay, come on. We got this. We got this. Ooh, come on. Come on. We got this. We got this. Ooh, ooh. I think I'm running my own raid, technically. Okay. Come here. No. No. Come on. There's one or so. Woo! Come here. What happened to my spear? Drake, where's my spear? Ooh. Ooh, ah. Okay. Let's just go. Let's just go. I'll take it. We learned a lesson from last time. We won't be greedy. Okay. Oh. Okay, we're good. We're good. We're good. We're good. Oh, oh, oh. Okay. It's stupid. Luckily, they're a little bird-brained. Imagine that. Imagine being bird-brained. Okay. This is gonna make our next day that much harder, but we'll be fine. Okay. No idea what you're talking about, artist. No idea what you're talking about. All right. Our goal, our simple goal, is to not die until we find a new safe spot in a new location. Okay, that's our goal. Okay. All right, let's go. We got this. All we need to do is just not die. How easy is that? I'd not die every day of my life. It's such a stupid statement, but it's, I mean, it's not wrong. All right. Okay. So we could go down, but okay, left, there's a guy over there. Okay. But if we go all the way left, I feel like left is the answer. Down below could be something. Down below could be something. But I am super worried that we're just going to die again. Did it shoot a little bubble out? Do y'all see that? Is that what it's doing? Okay. Okay, either way, it's gonna be... Oh, no, we can go this way. Let's go this way. Ooh, ooh. Okay. We're not doing anything risky. Alright, we're in new areas. Is this real? Okay, it's real. Listen, sometimes it's hard to tell between the foreground and the background in this game, okay? Uh-oh. Ooh, okay. Okay. We're fine. Okay. We're good. Oh. Oh. Me with the fear of heights. Oh. We'll be fine. We're just gonna casually walk in here. This won't kill me, right? Hey. Actually, you know what? I needed to grab you. Now that I think about it. Okay. I need to grab some of y'all. Either way, we need to eat. Okay. Okay. Uh-huh. Alright. Little jumping jacks never hurt anybody. I see, like, on the news, 5 men died from a jumping jack accident. It's like, oh my god. How? Okay. We don't like that way. Let's go back around. How are we? We're halfway. Okay, that's not terrible. Ooh, okay, gotcha. Come here. Get in my tummy. Get in my belly. Wow. So many names came to my brain. So many names. None of them Austin Powers. Is that considered classic? Is that considered super old now? Like, to the level of, like, my parents would be like, back in my day, we Austin Powers it. Because I feel like it would. Okay. How the frickety frack am I gonna get that one? Oh, I know. Oh, good job, me. Psst. Hey, come here. Get down here. Uh-oh. Okay, where I need a, there we go. Let's, You know what? I'll take that one. Let's go that one. Let's do that. Hey, get out of the way. Ooh. Okay. Okay. This is promising. Hello. Ooh. Bats. Get it. My. Okay. All right. That means there's bats over here. Come here. Come here. Get back here. Get back here. Shit. Why do I feel like that's gonna be a problem? All right, let's go back. Immediately, kids. Okay. All right, go up here. I see it. I see the way. I no longer see the way. Ooh. Oh, oh. Oh, the pipes are real. Like the One Piece. Come here. Come here. Okay. Nope. No! Alright, that's fine. Okay. There we go. Okay, we're good. Ooh, what is down here then? Okay. Good. Good. Like to see it. What is this? Is this like a... Wasn't there a button for... How do I switch? Double tap to switch hands. Double tap what? Oh. Is it like... Oh. No, no, no! This is mine! This is my stick! In my little orb. Okay, I guess we're going down here. Okay. Uh-oh. I'm getting the rumblies. That's not good. Alright. We need to go. I don't know what's over here, but I'm surely it will be good. Sure be exactly what I need. Come on. Okay. Uh-oh. Hey, guys. We might be in trouble. We might be in trouble, guys. Come on. All right. We're okay. We're okay. We're okay. No! 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 Okay. We're fine. We're fine. Keep climbing! Keep climbing! We got this! Let's go! Guys, it's right there! It's right there! Never give up. Never give up. Always believe in your dreams. Let's go. I can't believe we made it. That's crazy. Holy shit. Oh, my heart. Oh, all right. We're all the way. I don't know where. We're over there. Oh my God. I don't know what God smiled on us, but thank you for that. Ooh. Honestly crazy. All right. So where we are currently... Oh, it had the names on them, but we have 4 blues, a yellow, and a red. Let's just explore and see what this new zone has to offer. From the looks of it, a lot of jumping. Again, I don't know what this is. It kind of looks like a pearl, but evil. An onyx? Not the Pokemon? Can I go up there? Oh no, I can go up here though. Ooh, I could do better than that. Woo! Almost. Woo! There we go. Alright, let's explore. Let's just keep going in a direction. What are you? Can I eat you? I can! Good to know. They're edible. It like poisons me. Oh my god, we were in there the whole time. Oh, what a crazy what a crazy looking map that is. Like, damn. All right, this time we're just gonna go up. Oh, actually, you know what? Before we do, there we go. Come on, come on. There we go. Uh-huh. Those weird octofly, there we go. Got it. Octofly guys are, they're kind of cute. Alright, okay. Can I, like... I can't. Perfect. Haha! I didn't even see him. I straight up did not even see him. Okay. Communications array. Have we been here before? We have not. Oh! Nope. That was just me opening the rest of the map that I've unlocked. Interesting. Can I, like, eat these flies? Eh. Uh-oh. Okay, we made it. Alright. We're fine. I spoke too soon. I spoke way too soon. Ah! Well, it's not like we wanted any doors, am I right? Give me my onyx. Mine. I kind of want to just eat it. Because I don't know. Maybe it's a new kind of pearl. Who knows? It kind of looks like a bomb. So, kind of... Hey, do you mind... Oh, can I just grab you? I can! Whee! You're with me. Surely you wouldn't hurt. You wouldn't harm. Hey, this is mine. No, why? I had perfectly good food for you. Get out. Get me out of here, Jaws. Get. No. Ah, Vulture, help me. Come on, man. I'm one of you. They didn't believe me. I was one of them. But they couldn't see. Alright, you know what? I want this in my stomach. It might be worse, but I like it more. So there it will stay. Everyone's just like, no! What are you doing? The pearl is the most OP item in the game because if you give it to Schninkle the ambassador, he'll make you a druid. I don't know. I'm just making shit up. Eat the jellyfish. Eat the jellyfish. What are we, a turtle? Ha ha ha. Little fun fact for you. Turtles eat jellyfish. Shush. It's like, literally, who are you talking to? Grandpa? Who are you talking to? Oh, no! I didn't see him. No! Alright, listen. I'm not doing this again. This is just gonna be in my hands forever. Whoop. I want to go back to where we were. So that's why we're going up this way. Oh, look at all these guys. Hey, do you mind? Hey, do you... Stop it. Eat. Thank you. Eat it. There we go. Alright. I'm not seeing any... Ooh, I need... Let's just go... Instead of that way, let's go up this way. Whoop! Hey, how you doing? Hey, do you mind? Sir. This way. It's a little roundabout, but it's simpler. Well. Ooh. What do you mean what happened to me? I'm on a diet. Okay. Okay. Ooh. No, you ain't seen nothing. You ain't seen nothing. It's a vulture. It's vulture Mama Dodo. Ooh. Oh. No. 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 Get. Oh. No! I missed! I missed! Anyway, yeah, no. That was a cutscene, and I was Giraffe Dodo. It's a vulture Mama Dodo. Coming in, bro's already dead. I mean, no, that was a scripted death. That was a scripted death. It was a cutscene. My controller lagged. God, do you mind? Do you mind, sir? I'm just trying to eat. Can I eat you? I can't eat you. Alright, just give me, just eat. Slug cat, eat. Eat it. I know it doesn't taste good, but it's food. Giraffe vulture, I mean, yeah, pretty much. What is a giraffe vulture if not a quetzalcoatl? Am I right? Am I right? Ooh, okay. Okay. Hopefully this time we won't be ambushed immediately. Vultures don't eat live things. If an opportunity arises, they won't say no. They're opportunistic. Oh, gosh. You're still up here. Do you mind, like, in the most kindly way possible, like, go away? I missed. Whoop. Okay, you walk on the background. That's not fair. That's not fair. That's cheating. Okay. Ooh. Oh wait, I just threw my thing. I can't even get up that way if I wanted to. Damn it. I gotta calculate how many hours it's been, so I last 8. Then how about you just eat right now and just turn it to 0? How about you eat now? Why not? Why not? I'm gonna grab this brick. You won't even know what's gonna happen to you. Just finish my fast. Why were you fasting? I missed! Oh. Also, I really look up to games like this. Yeah! No, dude. If you haven't played Rain Worlds, I highly recommend Rain Worlds. It's very fun. And it's really long, too. Like, we've done, like, I want to say, like, 5 streams? I have no idea how close I am to the end. Like, 0 actual clue. Sinka's unhealthy obsession with losing fat in weight. Oh. Yeah, that would do it. Gentlemen. Gentlemen. Wait, hold on. Do you want that? Gentlemen, do you want that? Hey, do you want... Oh. That's a lot, dude. So wait, hold on. Were you fasting because that you wanted to lose weight, or were you fasting in response to the want to lose weight? There's a difference between those two statements. No! Oh, I missed! Oh, I missed! Oh, I missed! This place is rough. Damn. I haven't played Rain World, but I've wanted a video on the technology they used. Yeah, oh, you watched a video. Yeah. It was right after the video I started making my own little procedure animation. No, the person who made the animations and the like ecology, like the AI and how it functions with the other things in the background and stuff is so good. So good. Hey, do you mind? Go away. Oh, I was saying, eat the thing. Thank you. All right, there we go. Are you fasting because you're in response to the desire to lose weight, or are you doing it because you want to lose weight? In other words, one is a punishment and one is a, like, I'm doing it because I want to lose weight. Oh, actually, that one... Can I, like... No, that one's stuck into the wall. Okay, good to know. Second one? What? Why? Why do you... But that's such a unhealthy way of going about it. And I know you know this. Alright, we're just gonna move forward. Okay. Nope, nope, you're not gonna get me. You're not gonna get me. See? Haha. You may be camouflaged, but you're slow. 3-day fasts are actually healthy? Let me ask you this. Does the weight stick? Does it stay off? Or does it come back within the next month or so? Okay. Well, then I'm glad that it's working for you. Because I believe, and I could be wrong, that the science behind it is that when you try to lose weight by essentially starving yourself, which is what fasting is, that it doesn't stick well. That it just kind of comes right back relatively quickly. But I'm not an expert in this field, so what do I know? I'm pretty sure if you didn't eat for 30 days, you would die. I think 3 weeks is the food limit, if I recall correctly, depending on your body fat percentage, of course. So I don't think it's 30, but maybe it is 30. But you might be right in that. Ooh! I don't know what happened there. I honestly don't know what happened. I was trying to go up and then it went right out and just died. Like, I don't know if it's the most complex AI, for the coolest, most in-depth I've ever seen. I think the only other AI that I've been impressed by is the alien AI that they built, which was very, very good. Where creatures work together to get you, and I don't know if it's just me, but that's so cool. Oh yeah, no, they get each other, they get us. The creatures feel like animals. And there are very few games that actually make the AI feel like the actual NPC creatures that you interact with feel like real things. It's got people who have a lot of fat. I would literally die in 15 days because I'm not Lars, I'm just chubby. Well, if you don't mind me asking, why did you want to try to lose weight then? What was the motivation behind it? Was it a healthiness aspect? Was it a self-image aspect? Because that's another thing to explore as well, right? Give me that. Give me that. Or not. And for those that don't know, the alien one is really good. Where's a damn spear? It looks like there's no spears. Ha ha ha, cool. The alien one, like, learns your hiding spots. They actually learn off of the player's behavior. So it's really cool. Because I'm chubby, I want to be leaner. During the cold months? I guess I would somewhat kind of understand it if it was like spring going into summer. But we're about to go into winter. You're going to want some insulation. You know what I mean? Yeah, Ramadan was not 30 days. I think it's a sunrise, sunset kind of deal, I believe. It was like a 24-hour fast. So how high functioning are you during those 3 days, though? Oh, that's the part. That's the 30-day part. Interesting. Okay, I saw you. I totally didn't see it until it started moving. I'm gonna be real. Hey, Molten, how you doing? We are talking about fasting while, totally living and surviving in Rain World. How are you doing? And also going to the gym. Oh, that's wild to do both. But I guess 3 days isn't like a lot. It's not like crazy amount. I guess if it was more, it was like 2 weeks, then I would be like, are you sure? I'm doing my engineering assignments and stuff. I just finished a bowl of popcorn. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Like, I'm vibing. All right. Well, how often, how many times have you done this before, if you don't mind me asking? Okay, let's try not to jump off this time. I just get really thirsty. Well, I mean, you're drinking lots of water, right? You're making sure that you're hydrated at the very least during this. Oh, and also, is this fasting also include you drinking like electrolyte packs or multivitamins? Like, is there anything that you're kind of like, it doesn't technically give you, it doesn't count as food, but okay, we got it. There's so much school right now. Please don't add any more stress to your body. I'm kind of with Melon on this. Not gonna lie. What's up here? Is this anything? Well. Well, I see a blue thing up here. Which gives me pause. Oh, is that also something? Hold on. Oh, it's just like pretty things. There's a red little dot, there's a blue little dot, and then there's a pearl. This is just like a really neat spot. Is this another... Wait, hold on. Is this another Ascension place? I'm taking multivitamins? Okay. And you are taking electrolytes. Okay. I feel a little better about it, Valerian, now. Okay? Aggressively cares about my friends being happy. Exactly. Okay. You at least taking electrolytes and you at least, like, taking multivitamins to make sure you're at least getting the vitamins. You're doing a drastic caloric decrease versus just a straight up nutrient lacking does give me a little bit more. I'm not, again, not the biggest fan of the way of going about it, but if it feel like it, I shouldn't be telling people what they do with their body. That's the mindset that I'm having. I had it worse than Willing. In 2023, I had to quit school because I had no money and I was eating once every 4 days for 4 months. Yeah, that's pretty bad. That's pretty bad, gotta say. Okay, so we have that goes to that. Of course we care. Why wouldn't we? I'm sure I will probably die here. What is that down there, though? That looks cool as hell. Oh no! No! Let me out! I'm not dead yet! Vulture! Or another lizard! Anybody! I don't care who it is! Literally anyone! No! Wait. It didn't give me the ding. It didn't give me ding? I'm just gonna do this. So that might be another ascension spot. I do not know. But we're gonna keep exploring. If that is another, we can try to do something with it. I wish we can kind of scroll up, but I think, at least for the looks of things, we are... I don't know. I see the icons on the left there. Like the hat, and then the I don't know how to describe it. Jellyfish in man with book on head. It was getting thinner, brain fog every day. Yeah, brain fog. Brain fog is an issue that I struggle with often. I have to take vitamin B complex for that, which is wild. Any through worse. Yeah, I'm with Melon on that as well. Just because you've been through worse doesn't excuse unhealthy habits now. You know what I mean? But you do seem to be at least, like, what's the word I'm looking for? Within the action of it, you are doing your best to take care of your body in the interim. Like, you're staying healthy, you're staying active, you're staying hydrated, you're making sure your nutrients is taken care of. Like, there's so many other stuff that you're doing, but just know that it's a slippery slope, and please be careful. That, I think that's my biggest thing. It's like, I would want you to be careful with it. We need to... Am I reading this right? I'm not reading this right. Am I not reading this right? Hold on. It's honestly, it's kind of hard. Okay, it just so happens... I don't know. Hello, goodbye. If I really start feeling bad, I'll eat something. Okay. We want... I kind of want... Yeah, let's just go left. Let's do that. Let's go left, up, and then we go left again. I was contemplating to do 4 hours. I love pushing boundaries, but I'm not going to do that. Oh, you mean 4 days? You mean? Because, yeah, I was going to say, like, you were... Alright, put this in my mouth. Hey, get it. Get it. It's like, bro, you touching my girl? Bruh, you want to go? You want to go, bruh? Alright, let's go down there. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, well, I'm glad you didn't. Now, there are days where I'm like, I could go a significant amount of time without, ooh, hello. We got blue! Let's go! Yeah! Is this a wall? It is a wall. Okay. I thought we could do like a Mario wall jump situation. Alright. There's nothing over here anymore over here. Lovely. Then drink water. Oh, it might also be electrolytes issue. Imbalance, by the way. Or, wait, actually, wait, hold on. It might be low blood pressure. Just a heads up, low blood pressure mimics the symptoms of dehydration. So if you are just like drinking, if you're so thirsty and you're drinking a lot of water, but it's not doing what it's supposed to be doing, it might be that. You might have low blood pressure.
I'm in pain.
Yeah. I mean, why did I go like excitedly go, yeah? Yeah! You're in pain! No. We got this. We got this. Oh, thank you for the follow-up, by the way, Molten. Much appreciated. Thank you. Let's see here. Let us see. We go down here. Where the bricks are. Where the wild bricks are. Am I right? Haha. Okay. Oh, we can explore this area now. No, we explored a little bit before. Yeah, no, let's just do what we were doing before. Let's go yonder. I am known to have low pressure. Yeah, just know that oh no! Ooh. Fight each other! Ah! Son of a. At least we know we have a direction now. We have a direction that we can go. All right. One of the major reasons that I know, by the way, exactly. One of the basic reasons that I know about the blood pressure thing, in firsthand, by the way, this was down when I was living in Florida. And what... Oh, guys, I'm just trying to eat my salad. He's like, this guy's trying to eat a salad. Get him! I body surfed when I lived down there. And for those that don't know, the Florida coast, at least on the west coast, is more like a giant lake than it is an ocean. Like, the waves are essentially non-existent. And so there was a hurricane off the coast, which is usually bad, but in my case, good, because there's actually waves, right? Not always, no. That was been a recent redeem to add that, yeah. So the waves were like 8 to 10 feet, so I was loving it. I was body surfing it, had a good time. I'm gonna stay in my little hole for a second. Yeah, okay. Alright. No! Hey, how you doing? Are you, well, you didn't want to stay for my story? Yeah, that's fine. Anyway. So, I'm body surfing, everything's great. I get out from one of the waves, not paying attention, and a big one, I don't even know how big it was, but it was enough to knock me on my butt, hits me in my back. And I tumble. Like there was just sand and water and everything. And when I come to, the shells cut into my side so deep I could see like white. It was very, very deep. Not so deep where you saw like bone, but it was like, yeah. So I was bleeding a lot. So my mom saw it, she was freaking out, you know, overall not having a grand old time. But the only thing that I could say to my mom was, get me some water. I was like, Mom, I'm so thirsty. Please, just get me some water. Any kind of water, anything. And I learned later that it was because I was bleeding. Because I was bleeding everywhere, my blood pressure dropped. And because of that, it was the feeling of dehydration. No! No! I'm going to trick it. Whew, come on. Come on, I can do this. Woo. No, 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 no! So anyway, little fun fact for you. Low blood pressure mimics dehydration, and when you're bleeding, your blood pressure drops. The body's weird. One of my more interesting things that I know about the human body at the very least, or I find fascinating, is like the pain, the random pains that you feel linked to different parts of the body that had nothing to do with the thing that's hurting. You know what I mean? Like, you could think of it similarly to your arm hurting when you have a heart attack. It's like, why is that a thing? Granted, that's also mostly a male thing, if I remember correctly. I think women have different symptoms when they have heart attacks. But, you know, medicine and women don't usually get along very well in the sense of people haven't done proper studies. Also, I have zero faith in me. Zero faith in what way? You wouldn't attack little old me, would you? She literally said, can you, like, get a gift or something? I don't trust you to take care of yourself. Wow. Well, let me ask you this. Have you, hey, don't you dare. 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 Hey, bro. Hey, bro. He tried to sizzle me. And I really want to, don't you dare. Hey, you get away from me. Don't you. No. No! He didn't even keep me! He killed me for fun! He killed me for the joy of it! He didn't even eat the body! Cruel. Cruel. Cruel and unusual. You should play Megabonk. I have looked at Megabonk. I have considered Megabonk. Megabonk looks pretty fun, not gonna lie. You should do a react stream. What am I reacting to? gonna be real. I react a lot more to things like this. I consider doing like you laugh you lose streams or something like that. But I'm like, I don't laugh out loud at a lot of stuff. I don't feel like I react well. Except for these moments. Got some curse shit I want to show you. It's still Twitch friendly. I'll think about it. I'll think about it. Because I have seen other streamers do like a Discord react stream where people put in stuff on a Discord and then I make a live stream reacting off of all of them. I don't hate you. Ooh, ooh. Okay, we're moving. We're going. We're grooving. We're just gonna go. We're just gonna go. Surely it wouldn't be interested in me. It has a much bigger thing. That's so true. We did say that. We need to do it. Oh, come on. Why can't I do it? Why what is my issue currently? Ugh. Okay, we're good. We're fine. Hey, stop it. Oh, come on, come on. No! I was getting at the damn thing! No! No! Oh! Ah! Yeah, you're as long as Melon's fine with it, I'm fine with it. We can make a whole thing out of it. Or do you want it to just be you and me, Melon? I'm fine either way. Or we could do it multiple times. We could do multiple. Why am I down over here? I'm on the wrong side. Ugh. 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 Come on. Man, I'm bad at this. All right. Ugh. Ugh. Luckily, hopefully people didn't follow me for my excellent gameplay. Ugh. All right. Okay. Whew, just kidding. I'm amazing. Ooh. All right. No. You're absolutely fine, Alarian. You're absolutely fine. It's a thing again. As Melon mentioned, it's something that we casually mentioned one time during like a Sunday chill day. I think we were playing Power Wash Sim or something, and we didn't give it much more thought after that. So having us think of like, oh, do we want it to have like a big? Do we want to make it a bigger thing, or do we just want it to have us? So I think it's a good conversation to have. So I appreciate you bringing it up, and know that like I'm fine with you being asking like, hey, can I be a part of this? Because if the answer is no, I'll just say no. I'm fine with telling people no and being like, no, maybe next time, but no. Like that's really it. So no worries. Fruit tasty drinks with higher content so I don't get addicted, so it's once in a while a thing. Yeah, like for me, I'm more of a cider guy and a mixed drink kind of guy than I am like a all right, let's see here. Honestly, can I like mother? All right, we're getting rid of the pearl. I like this one a lot. All right, how are we as far as food? We are not great as far as food. So let's go take care of that. Do you mind? I'm eating here? Do you mind? I'm eating here. Bruh. What if someone says no to my no? Or just said no to you? Well, that's too bad. That's too bad. My no for having people join is stronger than your no to want to join. That's like, you're fired, and you're like, no. It's like, what? What? That doesn't... You just show up anyway. You're just there. It's like, how did you even know where we were? And can I also even in the fruity drinks? I guess I'm just sensitive to alcohol. You might be just sensitive to alcohol. Excuse me. I'm just here to... Oh, okay. Can I, like... Oh, thank you. We traded! Let's go! We traded with the locals. Alright, go down. Now this one, so what the red means is that it's a little bit more dangerous. And by a little, I mean a lot. And by a lot, I mean if I'm too close, I'm gonna also die. That's what I mean. Alright. I don't even remember where we were going with this. A lotl? Yeah, exactly. An exolotl. The aftertaste? Yeah. No, but that's kind of like... I think there are drinks out there for everyone, but I think it's perfectly fine if you don't drink. Right? It took me a while to get to a point where I went from the mindset of I don't like this to I haven't had it in a way that I would enjoy it yet. And that allowed me to really experiment more with like cooking and like trying new things. So just a little bit of advice from a recovering picky eater. A virgin Caesar. What is a virgin Caesar? Me with beer, honestly. Oh! Why can't I make this jump? I mean, virgin does imply no alcohol. Oh. Oh, they went in on... I didn't even realize that, like, Spike was them. Ooh. Come on. Come on. You know what? We're just going. We're getting greedy. Ooh. So we have shock guys. How am I gonna get over there? I don't think this is gonna work. Here goes nothing. Ah! Ah! I was right. So where was I? Okay. I went there and then I went woo. All right. I'm not sure where we're supposed to get over there. Huh. Okay. Well, where's a place we haven't been? Ooh. Oh, we could go over there. We could go up. Okay, so up there, I think there might be something. I think we could try... Hold on. What is the clip name? What did you... the clip name. What did you... What is the clip name? I don't even read the whole thing. I kind of want to go there. So let's go up, right. All right. All right. Ooh, ooh. Okay. Ooh. All right. Can I jump? I can. Oh, Sunderay Jackal. Yeah, that's hilarious. Ow! Do you mind? Get over here! Get over here! Oh! You want to go? You want to go? I got a spear now. What are you gonna do about it, huh? That's what I thought. Get out of here! Ugh! I'm just gonna eat this. I'm gonna eat. Oh. You know what? I have your friend. Oh, I hit the one that. Come here, come here, come here. I'll get all of you. I'll take you all on. I'll take you all on. I'll take you all on. Get over here. Come on. Come on! Yeah, that's what I thought. Fruit of my labor. Yes. Can I eat you? I cannot. Anyway. Let's see. We need to go right. Okay. So we don't have our cool little orb or anything. Gotcha. I think my mom sends me talking shit about it. That's funny. Should I finish any of my Pokemon? I mean, I would. Unless you got all your joy out of it, in which, you know, why do you need to go back? Eh. Oh, I remember this one being... So that might have been a... I wouldn't say a one-way deal, but... We need a... I'm gonna need a spear. And that's also what I need in the other one. But I should actually finish my other games before I do. I mean, again, why? If you got all your enjoyment out of them, then why do you need to finish it? It's not like you're wasting food on the table, you know what I mean? The starving person in Africa excuse kind of deal. All right, let's see if we can find a spear or two. I don't see any spears to make Pokemon OCs. What do you mean? As in you're playing them to make Pokemon OCs? Alright, we're gonna try this again. I don't think the lunge is meant... I think I need to, like, jump and grab... Hold on. Yeah, we need a spear. I might be able to do it if I backflip. I have forgotten how to backflip. Okay. That's fine. I'm getting clarity as far as so you play the game so that you can come up with new Pokemon OCs. Am I understanding that correctly? It's a clarity issue, not a judgment. It's not a question out of judgment. Because I think it's kind of cool that you make oh, spear. Yo. I think it's kind of cool that you make your own Pokemon OCs. And the question is, are you is it the OCs trainers? Are they your own individual Pokemon? Like, what are we talking here? What are the, or is it like all the above? Because it's a wonderful world to like build your own world around of, you know? Haha! Let's just start fresh. We're not gonna go that way. How are we gonna get over there? Oh, I think I know. I think I know what to do. The little flying guys, the white ones. We can use those to get across. I make the Pokemon into human. What? What is that word? Come on, get out of here. I did a flip somehow. Okay. Alright, you're with me. Okay. Alright. What are Gajinkas? I don't know. No, I do not. It's an Urban Dictionary thing? You weren't an anime nerd in the early 2000s and it shows. I was. It was just Naruto.
Okay. Let's see. Oh, no! I didn't jump. Humanized version of non-human things? That's what the name is for that? I thought that's just... Honestly, I don't even know what kind of name I would associate it with. Okay, that's cool. I like that kind of stuff. I think that kind of shit is really, really innovative. Is that the one where I occasionally see it too, where you where it's like it shows like a pair of scissors or something, and then it has them be like a hairdresser, and they have like a certain style in look that makes it very like, oh, that, if it was a person, it would look like that. That's kind of neat, like that whole thing. All right, game plan. Do we still want to try to aim for stuff happening over here? I kind of do, but I still have no idea. Maybe the black one? All right, I'm going to need you to... Whoa! Okay. Why am I down here? Oh. This is not where I want to be. Okay. Can I... Oh, okay. I don't know why you did that. Okay. Uh-huh. Alright, we're okay. Okay, game of date everything is Kachinkas. Okay. Yeah, so it is what I'm thinking of. Alright, cool. Yeah, that's really neat. Why would you be embarrassed by that? That's cool as hell. No! 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 I hate everything. Why can't I get this? Why can't I get that spot? Okay, is there another place? Is there another location that we could be like, hey, let's go this way instead of you throwing yourself into a wall? Let's see, going up, up, up that way. We could try to just eat as much as we could possibly can and then try to get ascendance up there. That could be something interesting. That feels like a last thing to do, though. We're on the bottom. The bottom is where you explore, because then if you die, it doesn't feel bad. That one is good, but the problem is like, where else would we go after that? But being from on the internet for a long time is pretty adjacent to the stigma of you're a furry. Really? From what I've seen, it's not sexualizing it in any way, shape, or form. It's just making it a, if this thing were a human being, what would it look like? You know? I guess it would be up. No, I think we would just go down. Yeah, up. Out, up, down, down. Honestly, and then kind of go down and see if there's anything down. Yeah. I see something over there. Let's do that. People are quick to assign shame to things people enjoy. Yeah, those people suck. Don't listen to them. Your art and your wants and your desires are yours and yours alone, and don't let people judge your shit for it. Everything's not for everyone, you know. As a fellow artist, that's one of the first things I essentially really enforced on myself, is that that fundamental understanding of my art isn't going to be for everyone, and with that came a tolerance to scrutiny. Took off from furry art, like made some Sonic Kachinkas all my life. So now I'm curious, so was it just, oh, don't you dare. Was it of Sonic, or was it of an inanimate object in Sonic? Is there a limitation? Is it specifically just human things off of non-human things, or is it like non-living objects? Because I've always seen objects. Okay. Oop, you know what? I'm gonna grab a firecracker. Because I have a feeling these guys are going to be really mean. Like, Come on. Come on. Alright. Come on. Get it. Get it. I saw it. I saw the shadow. Ooh. Interesting. Ooh, we have another thing down here. Excellent. Anything is not... That is not humanoid. Interesting. Well, that's a bad term. Got you. Wait, humanoid is a bad term? Or did what I say? Anything that does not have a clear human design. Oh. Okay. I like it. That's kind of cool. You learn a little bit of everything every day. Oh, speaking of which. We'll wait till I'm either dead or in a safe space before I continue. Okay. That's not anything. Ooh, look at all the, like, computer effects. Hold on. Does this mean something? I don't really know. It looks interesting as hell. But I think it's just random. Oh. Okay, we're here now. Okay, down. Haha! Oh, God, where are we? Where are you? Okay. Uh-oh. Okay. Haha! Take that! I lost it. It's in there somewhere. I believe in us. Oh, no! So we're gonna go for a quick ad break. Just, you know, it felt right. It felt like a good time. You know, the game slowed down. See you all in a second. I'm gonna eat my banana now. Z-bar for the first break. Banana for the second break. Here's a question. How do y'all open your banana? Oh no. Oh, it's all bruised. Ew. How bad is it? It's not that bad. Okay. It's fine. It's not that bad. It's not that deep. I find it really funny that I want to say 90% of my deaths have just been me falling to my death. It's true. Okay. And then, gotta have this on mic. Okay. Just a little bit of caffeine. And I need to fix the mic. Damn. I didn't realize it was pointing a little off. Sorry about that. Looks like I'm out of water, but I'll get more water next round. Ooh, actually I should probably move this up. Going up. Yeah. For those that don't know, I switch back and forth when it comes to a standing desk. You might ask, but Idealist, why would you do that? That seems a little annoying. And my response is, shut up. I'm just kidding. My response is, you know, sitting for a long period of time, it causes issues, but also standing a lot of the time also causes issues. So I'm like, what do you want me to do? Life and or human body. Like, what do you want from me? And what I decided was that essentially every hour I switch back and forth between standing and sitting. So I'm not doing more than one for too long. So it's not bad. Okay. I am back. Welcome, or not I am back, welcome back? I guess is a more proper way of saying that. Okay. So, same dealio. We go up, down, yeah, up, down, down, right, down, and then we follow that through to the end. I know that made absolutely no sense for anyone who had, probably anyone besides me, but don't worry about it. Trust me. Smile. Get some food. Oh, nope. Get out of here. There we go. And then we go down. Don't you dare headbutt me. Yoink. Alright. I like the style of the pipes in this one. Where it's like the crawl spaces are just clear pipes that you can walk through. I kind of like it. I kind of dig it. Ooh. Okay. Okay. We're fine. Fine in major quotations. Uh-oh. Did it see me? Okay, we're gonna just try to sneak by. And then we go down here. Go in here. Okay. Looks like we're okay. And then we go down the right one, because all the left one does is take us to the right one. Man, I would get claustrophobic so quick. But then again, I'm not a slug cat that could fit into, like, very small crevices and be completely fine. I don't even think slug cats have bones, to be 100% honest. Okay, that's a problem. Do you mind going away, sir? And I know that thing over there is fake, so I'm not even gonna... Okay. Okay. Whoopsies! No, get it! Wait for it to turn blue. Perfect. Ha ha ha! Loser! And whoop! Ah! Ooh! This is a predicament. Oh, okay. We're okay. Alright, so here's the problem. I think both of those are fake. So I'm just gonna have to... Oh. Okay. Okay. So you see the things, the two things above me right now? Can I, like, throw this up? Good thing I didn't really like that. That would feel really bad if I really liked that, wouldn't it? Okay. Alright. I mean, a part of me thinks that... Can I, like... Woo! Oh, oh my gosh. Alright. What are we at here? Let's go... Let's try up. We have a place to go back to here. I'm in no rush. We have half a day left. Let's keep exploring. Interesting. Yeah, this is interesting. Okay. Okay. More food. Lovely. If we get full food, we're just going to call the day early. There's no point in, like, holding off if we are already full up on food, you know? But I also don't want to starve ourselves just to get to a good, decent save point. Even though that might be the move, depending on how difficult it is. Ow. I had, like, a weird tinnitus thing. Interesting. Something up there. Uh-oh. That's not good. No, 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 no! Oh, I lost my spear. That's unfortunate. That's really unfortunate. You know what? The game decided for us. No, wait, our spear. Yoink. We're just gonna call it here. We have all but one. There's exploration. I'm probably gonna die. This is a good spot. There we go. I wonder if the symbols have anything to do with it. You know what I mean? Where it's like, we have the jellyfish and then that. I think that maybe that means that there's like 2 exits that you can, like 2 ways to leave and come back. Or we need to get to that level and then there's a secret associated with that level and above. Why is everything pink? Melon, did you get in this game? Why is everything pink? I'm kind of scared to go outside now. No, everything is fine as far as I could tell. But everything's pinker, right? That's not me being crazy? Uh-oh. Why do I hear enemy sounds? Maybe it's my imagination. Oh, oh. There we go. Okay. Then we get up on the right side. Oh, oh. I'm so good at this game. My god. And look at the the death counter. Someone's been like ticking the death counter the whole time. It's like, you are on 24 deaths. I think you need to calm down a little there. Ooh. Alright. Okay, no. Come on. Off. 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 There we go. There we are. Alright. We have it. We have it. Oh, come on. Alright, we're gonna keep moving. Alright, uh-huh. Alright. We got this. We got this. Oh, we got this in the bag. Alright, what's up here? Where the frickety frack are we? I was expecting, like, I don't know, wasn't this? Wasn't a maze. Oh, give me. Nom nom nom. There's something up there. Aha! Alright. Oh no. Ah, hey, get over here. Okay, let's try up here. Got it. This is another interesting one. Okay. Oh, ooh, okay. This is a nice little paradise away from it all. Isn't this nice? We got another blue! I don't know what it's for, but we got the blue! Look at that. What is he attached to? Hold up. Guy on the top right. Oh boy. Ah! Down, down, down! Emergency, emergency! Ah. Ooh. Okay. Yeah, that looks like something over there. Whee! Yeah. Alright, let's check out this area. This is a neat little subsection area. This is like a whole thing. Yeah, let's go this way. See what happens. Oh, wait, there's food. I left food on the table. I was taught better than that. Just kidding. I was a very picky eater growing up. They were lucky that I ate any of the food. Uh-oh. Well, we have food in our hand and 3 in the bush. You know what they say. Let's see. I know that can make popcorn, but we don't need food, so we're good. How are we as far as time? Oh, we're fine with time. Let's keep looking. Ooh. This is a nice little area. Anything? Wait, is this a thing? No, it's... Oh, well, it might be. Oh! Hello! Oh. Oh! Whoa! Why? Why? You killed us all! You're killing us all. Why? Why did you do that? I was like, oh, sorry, I had a spear in my hand. And I went to switch, and it killed us all. Well, now we know where the merchant is. Can you find the merchant? No. Alright, so we went up, and then we kept going up. And then we went all the way over yonder, and then we went up here, and then... No, I lost it. And then I went back down, and then... something happened. Anyway, so we're going to keep going, and this time we're going to go down. I think that's... Oh! That's not what I meant, game. That's not what I meant. You're funny. You think you're funny, game. You think you're real funny. When I say down, I didn't mean off a cliff immediately as soon as I left the door. Alright? Okay. We're gonna go down the down route and see how that goes. This game is so fun, dude. We've played this a lot and we're still like... We still haven't seen like 5 zones. I think we're like just crossed halfway. Alright, well, you have fun over there. I'm not gonna deal with you. Oh, that's unfortunate. Okay, you don't see me. Ha ha ha. Right? Okay. Whoa, no! Why didn't he jump? Why didn't he jump more? That's not on him. That's on me. That's not on him. That's on me. That's me. I'll take that. I'll take that. The guy who's playing the game. I'm willing to take that. Alright, now... You... Alright. Okay. This time, will there be 2 electric centipedes wanting to eat my butt? Alright. The answer is no. Lovely. Alright. I tried to get up there previously. Oh, well, there you are. Okay. Okay, we're good.
What? Why did you jump? Why did you jump?
Man, I'm bad at this game. People follow me today like, maybe we shouldn't follow this guy. Maybe not. You would have thought with a vulture, with a costume, that they would know what they're doing. Nah, I'm just a man in a dodo's body. Not really. I am a Paleomancer talking through a dodo's body. There you go. That's better. That's more... Oh! I should have a timer. I should have a tracker. It would also be really funny. And then people could just be like, well, we'll just combine it all. Because I had a death counter already that could automatically happen due to a redeem. But it wouldn't be far-fetched for me to kind of accommodate that. Okay, why can't I make that now? What is going on? We can't make that jump anymore. And by we, I mean me specifically. Alright. Okay. I just need to slow down, take a breath, drink some caffeine. Bro, what? Why am I... Am I dead? I am getting worse as time goes on. Literally, as soon as well, if slowing down and taking my time didn't work, we're gonna go fast. We're gonna go fast. We're not even gonna think. We're gonna let instincts take over. We're not even gonna ponder. We're not gonna even aim. We're just gonna go. We're just gonna go. Go. But this is always the way it works with me. It's my first try is often my second best try. And then my best try is my last try, of course. But then there's a whole lot of bad tries between those two moments. No! No! You son of... You nibbled my leg! You nibbled my leg! Literally held me just back enough so it would happen again. Those things are cruel. Okay. Say hi to people for me. Say hi to your partner for me as well, pretty please. Again, good luck. And whoop. All right. Okay. All right. So it was working until these little. You want to go again? Oh my gosh! Why did I jump there? My God! Sam Reich, is that you? How are you doing, Skist? Hopefully you're also doing well. Oh! I've also been going well. In case it's not so obvious, I am thriving and vibing and ready to see what's on the other side of this cliffside. Okay. Alright. We got this. That would have been honestly really funny if it's like, we got this and I die. Yeah, let's definitely do some more rivals. Definitely. You need practice with your new main. We need to get you to what is it, master rank or whatever it's called for that game to get the last lord. We need to get you lord. Alright. Yeah. Oh, it's okay. We're fine. Oh, we're okay. Alright. We're here. We're on the other side. Oh, thank God. Oh, I've never been so happy to see an entrance. Oh, thank God. No, don't you dare. Don't you dare. Don't you dare. I warned you. I don't have a spear. Did you try him? Okay, I'll definitely. You know what? Tonight I'll give him a shot. Just make sure that you get a couple of Gambit games before I hop on them. You know how I am when I find a character that I like. I will only play that character. Which is why I need to. I try my best to diversify my palette. Because that way I can play at least one person in every role. Yeah, there's something. There's something over there. Ooh, okay. What's over here? Oh, we just, oh. Oh, how are we going? Oh, we real good. Okay. So we need to get to that. Oh, crap. Okay. That's 4 days away? I think? Something like that? Alright. Alright, let's get some food. And then we are now full up. We're full up on food. Can't go down there. Can't go down there. Can't. Okay, see, those are all monsters. Okay, good. Oops, all monsters. Lovely. Alright. So, that's good to know. Here's the thing. We would have to get high enough. We would have to survive, get high enough on there, then trek all this and not die. Would we have died, like, so many times? Like, so many times. We would have to get so... Granted, it's gotten better. We crossed it. That's what matters. Alright, let's check down here. Ooh! Well. Well. If it isn't probably my worst nightmare. Let's see. Oh. Uh-huh. Is this really nothing here? Yeah, that's nothing. Okay. Oh! That was death. Okay, listen. You always... It only has to... Okay, 2 days. We need only 2 more days. Okay. So... We have some choices to make. Because I don't think we're done exploring this area yet. So a part of me wants to hold off on exploring over here. Right? This is the new zone. Because we only have 2 areas. We also have, like, this. Obviously, there's something here, which I find interesting. So I do think there's something to be said. See, look. I think it's whatever that is up there. So I definitely want to explore that. So let's go up and let us see if we can kind of find where we left off on the up area. Because all I remember is that instead of moving forward, I went into the shop in which he decided to, like, instead of deal with me, blow us both up to smithereens. You know? So, alright. Alright. Okay. Uh-huh. I think it was no, it wasn't left. It might have been left. It might have been left. I did like this, though. This is a nice little change of pace that I enjoy. And road snacks. This leaves a good question. What kind of snacks do y'all get for the road? Or do you even get road snacks? Alright, watch people! Alright, enjoy. Have a good one. Try not to get too wet in the process. I'll see you later tonight. Alright. Okay. And then we go over... You! Bow, bow, bow. Soldier boy. Okay. Alright. We got up here. This one's nice. We like this. We're a fan of this. Okay. Okay. This one, I think, honestly, let's go right. Let's go right. Let's see. Okay. And we go up here. I don't know if we've seen orange. The horned ones. Interesting. Okay. Ooh. I have a concussion. For being attacked by a zebra butt. Hey, I was only attacked by a zebra butt once. Which is a lot more than a lot of other people, but hey, I'm just talented like that. Okay, okay, okay. What is... Okay, that goes up, but then why? Oh, I get it. I mean, there is a... Is that a vent up there? Let's see if I'm right. I was not right. I was not correct. But I can do this. Okay. Whoop. And then whoop. Oh, 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 oh. Okay. We're fine. Okay, so we have a way to go up in multiple situations. That's interesting. But why? Why would I want to be up here the whole time? Interesting. Alright, let's go down here. That looks like something up there, though. Oh, perfect. Perfect. This is a wonderful place. What the hell? Is that... Whoa. Food just lands in your tummy. Oh, is this it? Oh, we finally found it. We found the other way. Okay, thank God. Bruh. Bruh, I just got here. I was looking at the map. We're fine. The good news is there was so... First of all, I think that's rude. There was so much food. There was so much food available. Can I? Thank you. In that one area. He could have just stayed there and just had a grand old time like I was. Instead, he left all that food to go for me. Maybe I just taste really good. Maybe that's it. Honestly, Puff, it sickens me too. How dare he? Everyone who ever wondered what Mama Dodo tasted like, or just like secretly knowing, like, no, I would understand. I would also. I need to know. All right. And you... Oh, this isn't the right one to do that, idealists. That's the thing. I don't really know. It's miasma. I haven't really put a flavor profile to miasma. I might have given an answer in the past. I just don't remember what it was. Maybe spicy? It wouldn't... I know all I could say is that it wouldn't taste like rotting flesh, because it's not flesh, it's miasma. Ooh, oh, that was a barely. That was barely. What would you think Mama Dodo would taste like? It probably wouldn't taste good. That's the thing. Alright, so going right. Oh, really? Get over here. Okay, so this place had nothing. Oh. I remember this place had nothing, but food. We want food. Gotcha. We're ambush predators now. Grape jelly. Certainly looks like grape jelly, so I don't hold it against you. Maybe that could be a... Oh, ooh. Ooh. Okay, he's guarding that, so we're gonna leave. Ugh. Alright, I remember going this way. Okay, we're all full up. Okay, and then we're gonna go... This just goes that way. Let's just go this way this time. Because last time we took the other one. I remember that. Alright, and then that goes there. That goes that way. Okay, I think it's in general the same thing so far. Yes, and then I remember climbing down there. So let's head to the left over there. We're full up on food. That... Oh, okay. We could have just gone... Oh, interesting. Interesting. Huh. Alright, I'm gonna need you. Hey, come here. Sorry. Bye. Okay, this looks like... That guy needs to get out of there in order for me to move forward. Okay. Oh my god. Okay. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Are you coming? Okay. All right, we're fine. 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 Haha. Got him. Alright, what else? This seems really dangerous. Whoa! I need it to be just a little bit closer. Just a little bit closer. No! Alright, let's see. We went farther. That's the good news. Good news, we went farther. Bad news, to what degree? Am I right? Okay, so we went up here, and then we went up, and then left. I can't... They're overlapping, so it's hard to tell. I think we're over here. Yeah, we were over yonder. We were over there. And we almost made it all the way over there. Honestly, let's keep going that way. That way seems like, I wouldn't say majority, but does seem what this place has to offer. Does seem to involve over there. Just a quick check for the right side. Let's do it when we get there. It takes forever. It is an interesting design choice to make the map slowly build out as you hold it. So it's like, oh, if you wanna see further and further away, you need to be able to like be in a safe enough spot for longer. I still call bullshit, by the way, for the I check my map being like, oh, this is a new spot, and then or the same spot as before, and then immediately get ambushed while my map was open. That was bullshit. All right, get up here, and then you. Okay, and you. Man, I was gonna say he's an excellent climber. He's an okay climber. He has very good. I'm glad that he doesn't get tired from climbing. That would suck. All right, now let's check. Right side. It can go up that way, and then that went back there, and then I went all the way over. Really? Interesting. Oh, yeah, no. That's right. I died there. So going right, for the most part, doesn't seem to get us anywhere new. It kind of rotates back to the old. That just goes up. Okay, we're gonna keep moving forward. I might end up having a nap midstream. Go for it. Have a nap. I don't mind in the slightest. Wouldn't be the first nor the last time, hopefully. And if so, I hope you have a wonderful nap. You might wake up to be in a completely different stream, or the stream will be off. We'll see who's online. Depends who's online. Okay, and then we go this way. Oh, we want the food. Oh, we want the food. We want the food. We want the food. And you. All right. And then now we're gonna drop it. Whee! Ooh. I don't even know how I bounced there. Okay, I need... Get up! Get up! Get up! Get up! You got both of us. Unfortunate. This is a tough spot, though. This is a tough spot to be. Because... if I use my spear on one, I can't use a spear on the other. And not gonna lie, the big, giant, overreaching arm is more of a problem than the lizard. Can I... Do you mind? Game? There you go. Alright. So that one's a tough area. That one's a tough area. Honestly, it would be great. I think it's near another save location, though. With how far it is from us, I really do think it's close enough to a new save location. Where it, like, loops back around somewhere. Ooh, I know it's a little... Oh, never mind. Can't touch this. Haha! Oh. Yeah. Ha. Okay. They don't know. They don't know. And okay. Watch them come out of nowhere and mid-jump. Just swipe me out of midair. Honestly, would be so... I wouldn't even be mad. It would have been so impressive. Okay. Now. Let's see. We're going to keep on going left as before. I was going to sit down because I was like, my back hurts a little bit from standing. Oh, wait, this isn't it. We want this way. There we go. And then we go down here. Okay, same dealio. Okay. I hear enemies. Haha! F you! Alright, let's go up here. Luckily, it doesn't look like there's any enemies up here. Immediately, camouflage one comes out of nowhere, eats me. Okay. And now down here. Same deal. I'm just gonna let him kind of go. There we go. There's a lot of stuff happening. Oh, that guy just fell to his death. Okay. Got him. Oh, excellent. Perfect. Okay. They hunted each other. Whew, okay. 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 All right. Okay, we're gonna go in. This feels like a save location. Just something about it. Oh! Why did I I shot down so fast? Oh. Where are we? Okay. Nowhere. Still nowhere recognizable. This place is big. What the hell is this area? Okay, we're just gonna go in here. Perfect. Oh. And there's snacks as soon as we get in here. Oh, perfect. Whew. I'll use this as an opportunity to sit. Down we go. Alright. Just you and me, chat. Interesting. I still want to know what those two symbols are there. Because I'm trying to remember if there was a something. I don't know. I don't know. This game really doesn't give you a whole lot to work with. But that's part of its charm that I really like. Alright. Oh. Hi. Hi? Do you mind getting out of my hidey hole? Hi. Hello there. Bye. Ooh! Are you serious? That son of a bitch. Are you kidding me? Oh my gosh. That was wild. Oh my gosh, that was funny. Holy. I'm like, ooh, a second life. Meant to drop it through the spear. The spear caused aggro. Oh, no! No! Well. Did I grab it? Hold on. There we go. I got it. I see you over there. It didn't really do what I wanted it to, but we're here. Uh-huh. Are you serious? Are they deaf? Why didn't it freak? Why didn't it go away? Maybe it wasn't close enough. Oh my gosh. Oh, that's so funny. Alright, well, here's the problem with what I'm about to do. Oh. Excuse me. Oh, this place is completely different. I'll take it. No, seriously? Seriously? Come on, shock him! Shock him! Shock me! Shock me! Shock me! Oh, there's a second life right there. Isn't that nice? Good. Thank you for showing me that. I'll go there next time. Oh, come on! Not that. I feel like it's gonna be a waste. Not gonna lie. Shock me! Shock me! Shock me! Shock me! Shock me! Shock me! Perfect. Oh, thank you, my guy. Thank you so much. Holy crap. Come on. Ugh. Alright, well, how do I get up there? Isn't there like a flip? There's like a flip thing that I can do, right? It was something I could do it consistently at one point. No! I thought it would fall. I really did. Okay. I think I might have to pick up I don't even know. Is it y'all? Ow. Come here. Come here. Oh. How am I gonna get you? Oops. Okay. Let's see. Oh, I see it. No, I don't see it. I can do... Oh, come on. Alright. Stop going above it! Hit the damn thing! Yeah, that's what I wanted. Good job. Alright. Oh. Not necessarily what I was looking for, but it might work. Almost. I was trying to hit the sphere. Wild. Okay, I might see it. No. Oh. All right, we're just gonna go back and forth with that. There you go. Get out of here. Get out of here. Get. No. What was that? Why did everything shake? That's terrifying. What is this? Oh, this is you. I see you over there. Okay, good to know that this leads up into here at the very least. Come on. Game, work with me. Alright, let's see. Okay. That's what I wanted originally.
We did it! Let's go!
We got bug. Time to reward ourselves.
Oh my god, we're so good at this game. Oh, I'm so hungry. Nom. Oh, let's get out of here. I will grab it. Oh. Come on. Oh. How do I do the flip? How do I do the flip? Oh. Alright. Alright. It doesn't say on here, does it? Okay, hold on. Let me literally Googling it. How to flip on Rain Worlds. Do it, Laughing. You need to run a little bit, turn around, and press jump at the same time. Okay. Run, turn around quickly, and press jump almost at the same time. Okay. Alright. Let's see. There we go. Okay, I did a flip. Oh! Well, I flipped. I flipped all right. I flipped all right. Here's the thing. I don't think I would have been able to go all the way up here. As I'm looking... I'm still not dead, interestingly enough. Why am I not dead? That's what I want to know. But as I'm kind of looking here, that goes there, that goes there, that goes up there, and that goes there. There really isn't anything up there, that from what I can tell. I think. Yeah. We got the thing. That's what matters. Let's do something a little different. Oh, no. We'll need to go to the bottom one for that. We need to go to this one. And we are going to go down here. Ooh, interesting. Interesting. So that goes that way. That goes that way. Huh. I'm going to do something a little crazy. I want to see what this looks like here. Does this... Because... What was that sound? Okay. This, I mean, this is easy enough. This is just wall bouncing. I say as I struggle. But y'all heard the squeak, right? Because I was like, well. Anything up here? Doesn't look it. Let's see if I can replicate it. Because it was right when we... It was this. No, I guess not. Weird. Alright, let's explore the other one? I'm just trying to see why this is even here. You know what I mean? Obviously, it's here for a reason. I wonder if it was just like there's a pearl up there or something.
But I'm thinking there's a collectible. No. No, there's nothing here. Why? Then why? Why then? I'm so confused. Alright, let's get in here. The frick? This looks like something. I at least recognize some of these. Is that not something? How about over here? Okay, well, I could just do this. It does look like something, doesn't it? Like it's the maze, and this is the actual full map of the area. But it's nothing that I recognize. Oh boy. All right, let's check up here first before we stay here. Wild. All right. What's up, guys? Are we? Oh, no, we're pretty hungry actually. Ow. That should be 2. Hold on, let's grab the other one. We would be full up if we can get it. Oh, I see. I see the thing up there. Okay. Come here. No, 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 no! Fight for me! Fight for me! Fight for me, please! Fight for me! No, they're interesting Sparky dogs, which I think are, what's the Pokemon? That's the dog that is electric type. I want to say its name is Electric or something, but I'm like, that's stupid. Alright, let's go down here. Ow, ow, ow. No, get in there. No, wrong one! I tried. Honestly, I'm gonna blame that guy. He went so aggro so fast to try to kill me. He wanted nothing more than my death. Ops, am I right? I feel like we already did a... Oh, come on, come on, come on, come on. No! Oh, I bet you it's to, like, dislodge yourself against those other guys. Because if you try to do the one in the middle while you're caught, it'll just bring you in. I bet you that's it. Ooh. I'll swipe that. My divinity is protected. It's gonna be everyone's just like, that's such a waste of a flower. My god. True. There we go. There we are. Let me see. Let me see. Before I go too crazy and we don't go through a proper ad break, let's see. Oh, no. It is an actual proper ad break that we need to do. Okay. That's fine. You know what? We'll wait. We'll wait to the next time I die. Which, something tells me, won't be long. Ad breaks happen when we die and or reach to a new location. That's the deal. That's the deal. Okay, I liked up here. I liked the green guys because they're very good. Oh, no, no. You're kidding me. Oh, good, good. Whew. Alright, I see up there, which makes me think there's something up there. Maybe they're just arms. Okay, interesting. So I need to go that way to go that way. That was descriptive. Good job, Idealist. Good job. Good for you. Me being very patronizing to myself. What are you doing? You got something to say to me? Say it to my face. Alright. Alright, we're gonna go this way. Where I'm just away from all that just nonsense over there. Ooh, what's over here? What do we got? I see a thing above us. Looks like the thing above us is what we need in order to cross. So we're gonna go ahead. I mean, there's a thing right there. That's probably some kind of valuable. That, they're in the pipes. And I don't mean alien. Alright, let's try left. I don't like it, but here we are. Okay, alright, this could be something. What do we got here? Got you. Okay. So we need to be here with a high level of ascendancy. Got it. Interesting. Well, let's not... Well, in that case, we should probably get it while we still can. Because right now, we're in a pretty good position. And by that, I mean... we have... What? We have a decent amount of food. Let's just get some food. Get high up on that totem pole. And then come back here. Especially look at this. There we go. I can't believe I picked up a rock instead of food. Okie dokie. Well, in order to go back, we would have to go back, right? Got you. I would have to go, and then go, and then go. Part of me doesn't want to risk it. I should have listened to that part of me. I should have listened. Okay. So, how are we going to do it? We'll figure that out. This next round is going to be us trying to level up to, not level up, but like progress to the next karma and get high enough karma for that location will like activate. And then we'll move up and get an additional ascension. All right, everyone, I will see y'all in a second for more after the ads. See you in 3 minutes. Get some water, go to the bathroom, do what you need, and we'll knock it out. There we go. Okay, welcome back. So am I protected? I'm protected on the bottom ring. So I don't know how far up we have to go, but we're gonna essentially at least go up 2 days. We're gonna essentially go up 2 days. And then start checking in that location. And then just keep on eating and going. Eating and going, eating and going. And then see at what point it will allow us to move forward. Because I don't remember seeing any kind of like symbol. Okay. Seems pretty easy to trick them, which is good. Okay. Okay. Come on. There we are. There we are. And then... Sweet. A part of me thinks we could still make it over there. But... And that's a big but. No, 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 no! Give me that. Oh boy. Oh man. Alright. We're just gonna have to take a little bit of an L this time around. Alright. Oh no. You know what? Honestly? I'm fine with that being there for like, as a save. Oh, shit. Oh, I know. Oh, I know what this is for. This is to climb back up on top. I'm an idiot. Like, what is this for if it's not to go to someplace, like, secret? It's so you can move up it, dumbass. Oh man, this is not going to be an easy restart, is it? Nope. Yeah, we're just going to go. We're just going to do up here. Okay. Okay. There we are. Gonna go in here. Okie dokie. I got my friend in here. He's safe. I saved you. You're gonna be snack for tomorrow. And he's like, wait, no, wait, let me out, let me out. I'm thinking it's 2 more days above us, but let us go as we're just gonna essentially go there every time. I don't know what the point of this is, but it's here. Alright, let's see here. Alright. I'm gonna hopefully keep you for food, potentially. Well, not my food. Just a tempt with food. So that someone else doesn't eat me and instead eats the thing made of eyes. I don't know, maybe they like eyes. Don't look at me like that. No one's saying anything in chat. Okay, let's see here. Oh, it wasn't this one. Interesting. What did it do? Okay. Alright, 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 alright. Okay, so this one... Come on, get on the thing, thank you. Oh, I see it. Right here. That's where we need to be at. Okay, good to know. Good to know. Okay, let's see. Can I, like, get... I need to do, like, a special jump up here or something. Okay. Oh, God. Why am I, like, amazing sometimes and then just absolute... I just... Oh, I hate. Okay. I would like to get up there, please. Thank you. And then you... There we go. Oh, my God. And then nothing really up here. I do see this, so I will swipe that. Alright. Oh, really? Get in, get under! Oh! I just crouched. I wanted to get into the thing. Okay. I think the one above us is it. It's hard to... I think it is that one. I remember there being a lot of arms. It was either that one or the one on the bottom right. We'll see. We'll see. To be fair, these things did kind of, like, distract a bit. It stayed up top. It was just like, you son of a... Don't leave me here to die! Like, he did not take it lightly. What I did. It was very much a feeling of betrayal. But it did distract the dogs. Hello, hello! How are you doing? Thank you for the raid! Or you were playing some Rain World too? Hell yeah! Welcome in, welcome in! I am a Paleomancer VTuber. Welcome, welcome. And I am currently trying to unlock like a... Ooh! Spark Dogga! Spark Dogga! But how was it? How was your run? Okay. Come on. Eat the flower. Okay. Excellent. Ooh. No! Give me that. This is mine. Are you dead? No! It's okay. Sorry, I want to say... but yes, I'm a Paleomancer VTuber talking through a undead Dodo. Ooh! No! It's going well, can't you tell? 3 times playing as a different Scug currently. See, I have not beaten this game yet. So I'm just very much exploring. Was trapped in a region with Artificer for a good while. Well, I don't want to say that I never get stuck. Not at all. I'm trying to get to a high enough karma to get like an ascension area thing, and it's a journey. So welcome in, welcome in. Oh boy! All right, we got this. I don't know. I still don't know what this thing does, but it distracts them. So that's the point. Ooh. Yeah, no, I very much really do enjoy this game. I really do. How long did it take you to beat it the first time? Yeah, it's purple. Yeah, I figured, matches Mama Dodo colors. I figured it's good. Come on, stop being all squirrely. You're acting like I'm gonna throw you to the fishes. I'm gonna throw you to the lizards. Totally different. Certainly this guy wouldn't come after me. Hee-hee-ho! Alright. Alright. Come on. Struggles exploring and wanting to get few things for finishing around 45 hours? I got you. Alright. I know for a fact... Alright. Get over there. Have fun. Okay. No. Move! Okay. Oh. 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 No! No! Ooh. Okay. No, we're good. We're okay. We're fine. How did I survive that? How? But we're here. Ooh, that's what matters. Okay. Ooh. Oh, perfect. No, come here. Oh, don't you? Oh, you get back here. I'm gonna. No. Eat it. Eat it, you slug cat. Eat it. Oh. All right. Okay. We're gonna get up there. We're gonna get that, and we're gonna eat it, and we're gonna move on to the next day. And we're actually gonna see. Let's double check my. Okay, that symbol. That's the symbol we need. Oh, great! Now it's gonna make me go up. All right. Well, fine. We're gonna go up. Where are you? There you are. Get up here. Get up here. No, you're gonna be grounded. No, get. I know. Listen, I know what's gonna happen. If I go down, it's gonna kill me. Perfect. Okay. Ooh. All right. You didn't want to get grounded. That's how you get them. That's how you get them every time. By the way, you threaten with grounding. Why am I bad at jumping and then good at other times when jumping? Okay. Alright, so now we need to find more food, which is the current problem and always the problem when it comes to this kind of stuff. Okay. I can't eat you, but I'm gonna need you to calm down. Hey, Crow, how you doing? Oh, that's a lot over there. There could be... I don't remember anything beneficial over there. Okay. Okay, maybe down here? Ooh. Playing the silly Scud game. How are you liking it? It also works on chatters, by the way. What? What works on chatters? Uh-oh. Do I hear a thing? Uh-oh. Oh, I remember this. There was nothing over there. Ooh. The grounding, the threat thing. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I could threat to ground y'all. It's true. It's true. This is an interesting situation. Oh, no. Oh, that's going to be a problem when we get to the other side. Ooh, come on, get back in. Oh. All right. Are y'all... Oh, boy. You know what? Y'all have fun. Y'all have a good time over there. Goodbye. Okay. Whew. Here's the thing. I feel like I need more food. Over here... This is the first one. I haven't beaten the game yet. Oh. Okay. Okay. I could make it. Believe. I believe! Oh. I believed. and I was rewarded. I am a man of faith. Speaking of food, gotta hop out. Yeah. No, please get yourself some post-stream recovery by all means. And thanks again for the raid, and welcome in everyone. Yeah, the base skug. Okay, I would like to get over there. And feel free to let me know what you end up having, by the way. I always like to know what people are getting themselves into. Oh, no! Okay. Alright. Alright. And then we... Woo! Not even close. Not even worried. No effort. Oh, fuck. Just like... I don't know if my heart could take it. I'm old. Okay. We're okay. We're fine. We're fine. Look at that. Look at that. Yeah. We're totally good. All right. So do we want up or down? Both sound bad. Look bad. Because if we go down here, we just go down here, and then what? What does this do? What's the point of this? And then we go up here. What's the point of this? Oh, to get over maybe to the middle? Oh, I get it. I see it. I see it now. Oh my god, this is bad. Okay. Alright. Well, I didn't know I was in the boneyard. Like, what the hell? Alright. Okay, we're good. See? Look. Easy. Oh. No. I do not like where we are. This is concerning. This is very concerning. I am concerned. Color me concerned. Luckily, there's no enemies. Haha, right? Oh, 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 oh no, no, oh, no, wake up, oh. You can't kill me if I kill myself. Haha, in your face, vulture. So, there goes my flower. That flower is not coming back. That is not a flower that's coming back. We are not getting back down there. Just letting y'all know. So, here... I almost feel like it would be better, because here's our current situation, right? Here's our current situation. We have a spot that we want to ascend ourselves in. The reason I'm like, we should do that now is because I'm going to forget where that is. As far as I'm aware, there isn't a spot that, it's not like it tells us like, hey, this could be a spot where you ascend. Let's go back. We'll start there. There is 10 karma levels that you'll need. That's all I'll say. No, I appreciate it. Oh no! Why? Oh god. This game loves giving me heart attacks. Hey man, how you doing? Get out of here! Alright. Get in here. Get in here. But I want to get all the ones that at least I'm come across, at the very least. Okay. Alright. Okay. Spear. Lovely. No. We are not... Do not spoil. Do not spoil. Do not come. Oop. Oh. No. Oh. Oh, this is a bad place to be. This is not good. This is not good. Okay. All right. We juked him. We didn't juke him. He's on our butt. He is literally on our butt. All right. Slowly. We're making our way downtown, walking fast, faces past, and we're homebound. Yeah. What is this? Oh, that's just light. Good job, Idealist. Could you help recap which regions you've been to already? I don't know. I know we're in the sky one currently. I don't know if there is a way to say... I don't remember off the top of my head the names of them. I've been in the sewers. I know that. I've been in the sky place. Where I'm currently at. Yeah. I'm trying to think of what else. Gosh, I've been playing on and off for a hot minute, so I forget off the top of my head. Chimney canopy? Interesting. I kind of want to just see if there's any guys up here. Because this is the direction that they want me to go anyway. Oh, I'm probably going to die here. But we're going to go for it anyway. Because we're just that good. Alright, I don't need that. I am tempted to go that way. But at the same time, I think this is just where I need to go to ascend. I wish I could just show you the dots. You know what I mean? We're willing to name things, explains everything. Oh, no! Ooh. Oh. Okay. Okay. Ooh. That's all right. I don't remember any of that stuff. Okay. Okay. Ooh. Oh. Okay. We're fine. Just what is a little stuff between friends. No, you're fine. You're fine. I appreciate it. No, and this is very funny. Why is it so funny? Oh, what I'm doing? Ah, luckily that vulture's on the other side of that wall. I'm perfectly safe. Oh, ooh, that's food. How do we get that? That's what I want to know. I want to get over there. So what we're going to do, I also want to get on top of this. I need to get on top of... Ooh, I know what I can do. Let's see if I can... Oh, I get it. Oh, I could fall on top of the cube. Let's see. I know. Let's do it. Let's do it. Let's do it. What's a little concussion, right? If it means secrets, I will take all the brain damage that I can muster. Okay. Oh. Hey, no, get... I'm trying to climb here. Do you mind? I can't even eat you. Alright. Alright. So we want, like, a little bit. Okay, we want you. Okay, let's see here. If I recall, let's drop here and see where we land. Oh, we're a little off. We're a little off. Okay. I like where our head's at. I like where our head's at. We're halfway through the day. We need to make a mental note of that. And our food, we need food. We haven't seen a single ounce of food. Just mostly enemies. I need to wrinkle the brain. Like a koala, like getting one single wrinkle in their brain. They're like, my God, eucalyptus tastes absolutely awful. Wait, where's our guy? All right. So now, well, all we need to do is grab this, go up here, and then we just go wee boop. I got it. I'm so smart. I think that's all the blues. I can't tell from here. Okay. We need food, so we're actually gonna go back to where we came, because I don't think there's anything here, or maybe there's might be some on the right. Let's check the right. We need food. Ooh, food! Food! Get back here! No, get over here! Food! Food! Get over! Get your butts over here! I'm gonna eat you! Wait, can I eat these things? I can't! Oh, you're worth 2. Oh, get over here. Get over here. Get over here! I'm gonna eat you for breakfast! Delicious. Perfect. Yes. Okay. Certain. Oh, really? Hey, do you mind? Uh-oh. Oh boy. He's like, you've been eating my kids? No, no, get up. Hey, stop it. Stop it. Okay. All right. We need to get this before it starts raining. It's gonna start. It's gonna start doing it soon. Ooh. No. What are you doing here? Get out of here! Get out of here! What are you doing in here? You're too skinny. You're not. Well, no, he's very skinny. He's very snatched. Okay, we got this. Haha! You thought you got me. You're wrong. It is me who's got me. I just jump off a cliff. Oh no! That's not fair. That's not fair. You got me during the screen change. Well, yeah, we got all 4. So those are the areas that I've unlocked. The first 5 and then 9. So whatever mental, whatever that is it like something that I can if I click passage, can I then see the names of things and then not transfer or teleport? I haven't used the teleport ever. Because I'm still exploring stuff. So I'm just like, well, and I know, and I've ascended once. We've done it one time. I know that much. So at least I'm aware of ascending, even if that's even the right word. Okay. So we need to go. We need to, I believe if you quit out of the passage menu, it won't consume a token, but I'm not certain. Let's see for science. Oh. I guess it does. Well, there we go. Ooh, sky. So, this is a good introduction. Sky Islands. Garbage wastes. Chimney canopy. See, it wasn't a spoiler. You're good, Crow. Drainage system. Industrial complex. The outskirts. And then Skylands again. That's what I got. I'm gonna go back to Skylands because I'm not done there. I ain't done. I want to get the ascendancy stuff because, again, I will forget that it exists if I just go back to exploring mode. You use a token, but who cares? You know. Oh. What is I? Is that the very, very first? That's. I don't remember. Is that higher than what we need? Ooh, piece of candy. I'll take it. Okay. All right. We'll see. Why is this place all weird? Hello. Neither confirm nor deny. I thought it was an uwu face. I have been told incorrectly. Yeah, I have no idea what it's like now. I accidentally did it once where we made so the game crashed and passage up, even though I didn't teleport to get the benefits, but it's because the game crashed. It's fine. I was genuinely curious. Ooh, okay, so I'm getting weirdness because I am ascended enough to do this. Let's go. We will meet God a second time. And it's like a different God. It's like, wait a minute. Ooh. Ah. Ooh. Maybe. Hello. Ah! Ah! You encountered the echo of the droplets upon 5 large droplets. Whatever that means, we got an achievement. Anyway, I can't wait to die 18 times in a row. Are you? Okay, seriously. It's like, yes, I totally get it. I totally understand. It's like not understanding anything. Okay, not that way. Okay, so we got the thing. I guess the thing to get is go back left and then down and then we'll go to this fucking crazy situation. I really don't wanna, but like, here we go. How often do, by the way, you're free to spoil a little bit from here for this question. How do you get more tokens? Thank you. I've been meaning to get back to this in a while. I appreciate it's entertaining for y'all and not frustrating. Oh, and thank you for the follow, by the way, Nukwa. By the way, how do you pronounce your name? Is it Nukwa? Nukwa? I said the same thing twice, so that seems to be different passages, all within their own conditions for unlock. Oh, I grabbed it without even grabbing it. Lovely. I love it when it's meal to go. Come here. Come here. Come here. I see you over there. Don't you dare. Complete vague objectives. Cool. All right. Good to know. Ooh. We could do on the far... Ooh. Oh, we could drop to the other side. Let's do that. Can we make it over there and then potentially do it? No, probably not. Maybe, probably not. No, let's just do our original plan. Oh, wait, hold on. I saw green. Yep, took one of your kids. Haha. Don't take that out of context. Alright. Yummy. It's eat or be eaten, fool. I see green and red and roses too. And maybe some blues on the view. And I think to myself, ooh, what are you gonna do, huh? Woohoo! Oh, yeah, exactly what I wanted to happen. Let's go. Me when I'm a dog, I see shades of gray. And even more gray. And a little bit of gray. And a little... I don't know why I keep coming back here. I keep thinking something different's gonna happen. I need to keep on going left. I was overwhelmed by the juke of the century. Alright, are you gonna come down? There we go. Ooh, ooh. Okay, got him, got him, got him, got him. Oh. Unfortunate. Whoop. Well, surely you're dead. Oh, oh no, he got me! He got me! No, fight for me! 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 Do it, do it, do it, do it! Or am I dead? I might be dead. Oh. Oh. Oh, come on. I believe in you. I believe in you. Come on. Get up. No. I need to roll on the death saving throw table. Oh. Crit fail. Oh. Oh, right. We had a flower. And luckily that's close enough to what we normally go to that we would probably recover it. Probably being the keyword. Knowing me and my tendencies, I will be I will just fall in the middle of this, get grabbed, and then that'll be the end of it. Good. Surely. Oh, wait, come here. Hey, you. No, get back here. Your food. Your food. Well, here's a spear. And what is food if not just a more edible spear? Am I right? Everyone's like, what? What is this guy talking about? Oh, by the way, the current costume that I have for Mama Dodo is the vulture in this game. I like to make different costumes for different games that we play. In case it wasn't, like, super obvious. Come on, eat it. Eat the flower. Thank you. Okay. Uh-huh. We're gonna go up here. Uh-huh. Hey. What are you gonna do now? What am I gonna do now? Okay. We're okay. We're good. We're good. We're okay. We're okay. All right. Eat. We got this. We believe in ourselves! Scripted death? Scripted dev? Bug? Yeah, I didn't, it fell short. Where was the intent? Dev? Fix bug? Put in a bug report? Dev? I need to believe harder. I need to believe faster. I need to believe stronger. Luckily, our flower's going to be right there. So as long as we don't die on the way, me looking for wood to knock. Okay. All right. I don't like the area where we were before, but that is where we need to go. All right, let's see here. Yeah, right. Yeah, I was doing an int build. Okay. All right. We're good. We're good. They're going home. Okay. Haha. Hey, how you doing? Hi. Hey. Hey, please don't kill me. We need to move. We need to move. We need to move. And by that I mean I need to move. The jukes. The jukes. Oh. Give me my flower! Give me my flower back! No! Dude! No! 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 Give me my flower back! What the fuck? No! What the hell, man? That's mine! That's my flower! Hey, you! Get out here! No! No! Well, that's fine. Listen, we knew what was going to happen. We knew that that level of karma wasn't going to last. Yeah, I get it. I really do. But at the same time, that I do, you know what I blame? I blame that one run where we went into like the market room and he proceeded to see me and immediately throw an explosive spear and killed us both. That one was a bit excessive. All right. Do you mind, sir? I'm trying to get by you. And you. Easy peasy. Not even worried. Hey, food! No. And I do get the wrath of Mama Mosquito when I eat them, though. I was trying to grab the flower, and instead I grabbed, like, trash. Maybe I'll get a little closer. Maybe I'll get a little closer. Just a little, like, even though it's a little bit lower, it is closer, so maybe I should do that. I was testing. I was just testing y'all. You know, I was really like, hey, this is something this is how not to do it. Yeah, it's true. You know what? Maybe I need to add more strength in the lower body. I need to stop skipping leg day. Because I don't know if you've noticed, but it really, my limbs are really tiny compared to the rest of my body. So I think I need to work out more. You know, January's coming up. You know, there could be a new year. Whatchamacallit? The thing that I never do every year. Are y'all? Wow, they're making a new one. Oh boy! Oh boy! Oh boy! Okay! Oh boy! Oh boy! Oh boy! Oh boy! Oh boy! Oh boy! No! 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 Oh come on! All right. Okay. Okay. All right. Well, what was I supposed to do there? What was I supposed to do there? Swole cats. It's like as if arms of steel. I mean, I think they're like sloths, which basically they're really, really strong, but only for like climbing. Did y'all hear about that? Whereas like sloth, because they're able to like, the fact that they're able to hold themselves up for so long a time and they don't get tired, they're really strong. They're really, really strong. Jaws of Life, what about the Jaws of Death? Jaws of Death is just Jaws, the movie. Alright. Okay. Alright. I think y'all need to chill out a little. Okay. Alright. Alright. Calm down. Alright. And listen, I'm gonna need you to relax. Is he dragging his head? Are you good? Okay. Hot juked. Ah! They juked me! They juked me! No! Fight for me! Fight over me! Perfect. F you! F you in particular! Give me some food. I need some road snacks. Alright. Alright, we're closer. Let's see what happens. Oh, okay, closer works. Closer's the move. Okie dokie. Ooh, boy. Now we explore. Alright, so we haven't really been up there. Though it would be interesting. I'm not seeing... I see everything on the left. I see everything up. So I think it's something you come down to. Whee! Because I'm not seeing... Oh, no, wait, I see it. I see it. Woo! We got it. What did we get exact? Oh, I know. Caw-caw! I feel like Assassin's Creed. Alright. Now we move up here. Oh, perfect. Give me that. No, you're not gonna... I'm gonna eat you before you shock me. Perfect. Alright, we're good to go. We're good to go as far as food. Alright, let's check up here. Ooh. New area. Cool. I don't know what this is, but it looks important. Hold on. Let me go ahead and just perfect. Yes. Big room home. Oh, I think I see a thing over here. Are you going to give me something over there on the right? I kind of wish I had some way of... Where's a spear when you need it? I don't think flipping is going to help that situation either. Anything? No, I have this pearl. Mother of Pearl. Who is Mother of Pearl? Did they ever explain that in SpongeBob? Who Pearl's mother was? Who has no idea what the hell I'm talking about? Alright, let's kind of look for some spears and then come back up. Here, take this! It's pretty! No! It's pretty! You're a vulture! Oh, no! Oh, that's a raven! That's not vultures! That's right! Oh, no! 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 Oh! Ow! Oh! Fight for me! Really? So he went wailing. That's interesting. Okay, so we need to grab a spear and then go up there. Was that a thing, or am I wasting my time? You're free to tell me that. I don't want to go all the way up there and to find out that it's not, not anything. All right. Okay. It looks like it would be something because it's a cool big room that you need to like climb up and kill and maim. It's not an unlock. You can get it. You can get for this character. Okay, cool. Thank you. Thank you for letting me know, Seven. Appreciate it. All right, so what is our options then? Oh, no, right. We still want to go left. Okay, they're being all mean about it. Can I, like, go up? If I do... Oh. It's fine. We'll just walk. They don't see me. I'm invisible. Haha. The exact lore of SpongeBob, but that's my headcanon. Honestly, I think that is also my headcanon. Because that just makes the most sense to me. I didn't believe hard enough. I didn't believe hard enough. That's really what happened. Just watching me go down the karma ranking every time, dude. That's why I honestly don't feel bad being on the bomb at all, because it's just like, cool, I could die 87 times and not feel bad about it. Which is such an interesting... Ooh, piece of candy. The game definitely felt bad for me. It was just like, listen. You've died 8 times in a row. We're going to give you a little bit of some love here. And then I'm going to die in the most remote location possible and then never get it again. Is a veteran of some kind of war, and that's what Wilson... That's actually kind of interesting. What kind of civil war happened? Was it between the... Maybe it was like a crustacean versus mammalian war? That would be kind of interesting. You know, whales being mammals and all. Wait, are whales mammals? Am I stupid? I feel like I might have to turn in my no, fight for me, 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 fight for me. Don't you dare collaborate. Come on. No. I know they're not fish, but they're something. No, come on. I did consider a death counter. I really, really did. I think whales are mammals. Not mammals, sorry. What am I thinking of? Because they give live birth, they breathe air, but I think in order for it to be a mammal, it has to be hairy and they have to produce milk. They have to have fur or some kind of hair and they need to produce milk. Whales are mammals. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Pixelated. I was wondering, so does that mean whales have fur and or hair? Because I thought that was a requirement for mammalians, is that they produce milk and that they have some form of hair. It was going to drive me crazy if you didn't answer me, Pixelated. I very much appreciate you! Oh, no, come on! I just got here! Okay, any percent rum, bottom karma, any percent rum. Let's go. I think it was the live birth that's important. Yeah, but mammals aren't the only one that do live birth, right? Don't they have blubber? Whales do have blubber, but that's not the same thing. I think blubber is like just a unique form of fat. If I try to recall my biology 101 and 102 knowledge, mammals are categorized by their ability for A, live birth, B, having fur and or hair, and C, produce milk. And then platypus breaks all the rules. That was also a thing that we learned. Platypus don't give a fuck. He's the whole package. He's just like, listen, we're... Oh, no, don't you dare. Come on! Oh, it gives me a heart attack every effing time, dude. Okay. Alright. Alright, we're not gonna go up this time. Oh, no. Whoop. That's not what I meant by going down. Come on. Alright. Alright. Okay, now we're going back to here. Got you midair too. Haha. Alright, well, we're here now. Okay, so we could cross, or we could explore. Woohoo! What's a little concussion, right? When it comes to exploration, did you really explore if you don't have head trauma? Did you really? I don't know. I don't know about that. Okay, that's just a wall. What am I climbing up exactly? Hey, game, what am I climbing up here? Do you see this? You see this? What am I climbing up here? What is going on with my slug cat? Oh, is this what he's doing? I don't know what he's doing. Will this kill me? It won't kill me. Interesting. It won't kill me. Fascinating. Alright, so we're down here. We have a little guy. Alright. Let's kind of explore the bottom first. I'm assuming this is the bottom. Because I don't see anything below that. However, last time... Yeah, oh, it was the bottom. In Railroad, every transition is a gamble. It is. It is indeed. And that's kind of part... It kind of amplifies the exploration aspect, doesn't it? It makes it better, in my opinion. So, I didn't do that gamble. That gamble did not... And we're on the bottom. Alright. So, normally we would stop here because it's 5 o'clock. But, we'll give it one more try in celebration of y'all coming into stream. And I mean a solid try. I don't mean we die on the way there. I'm talking about we get there and we explore a little more. You did the gamble, it just didn't pay out. Exactly. Gamble. And you know what they say about gambling? 100% of gamblers end before they make it big. It's true. It's true. Yeah, there's two pets, by the way. One of them is pet with Mama Dodo, and the other is pet Mama Dodo. Pet with Mama Dodo was when we one of the games that we played was Bunny Graveyard. I don't know if you've ever played or ever heard of it, but it's a very it was kind of like a indie horror game kind of deal. Let's see if I could do this. No, oh no, oh, I just barely wasn't high enough. Oh, no, fight. I didn't think I was gonna live. No, fight again. Oh. Anyway, where you're just a floating hand. So we made a Mama Dodo costume where she was just a hand. So then it's like, well, if I'm the hand, then what's doing the petting? Oh, gosh. All right. We got this. Get to that cursed location, any % run, time start. I was going to say, can I jump to go faster? Oh, I can jump to go faster. Here we go. We can shave a few frames this way. Alright. I think, honestly, this part is the hardest part. Because we cross the line here, and it's a gamble that they'll just be waiting for me. Nope. We're just gonna, come on, go down. I'm gonna need you to go down. Perfect. Okay. We're good, we're good. Oh, no, you're coming with me. Mosquito larva, delicious. I got weighed down by the mosquito larva. Classic. It's so heavy, you know what I mean? It weighs you down. I still don't know what this thing does. I'm assuming it's bait. And I don't mean the kind of bait that you get from making people mad on the internet. Closer if you're thinking about the bait that you put on a fishing line. Okay, I got this. Alright. Listen, I don't know what you're complaining about. You're just going to be thrown to a couple of lizards so that they could be distracted. I don't know why you're complaining. You should just be happy you have a job. I get like weirdly political. Of like the job market. It's like, you should just be happy you have a job right now. In your room, and it insults you immediately. That's just an alarm clock. Hey, come here. Eat this. Okay. I'm distracted long enough. No. Oh, that was good. That was good reaction. Good job. Way to not show your age. Oh, don't you dare. Don't you dare. Don't you dare. I'll eat one of your kids. Okay. Hey, you know what? They I can't believe that threat worked. That was honestly kind of a funny threat. It was like, hey, if you attack me, oh! How did I miss that one? How did I miss that one? Okay. We got this. We're fine. Okay. Alright, you're coming with me. Come on. How did it even get there when I slept? Ooh, perfect. Get out of here. I don't even know why I'm bothering eating this. I'm gonna die 30 times before I get there. I honestly should have waited. But then again, those other dudes might grab him. Alright, there we go. And that's something. That's some food. That's food in our stomachs. Oh, you want to be back for me? Okay, well, all right. Was he trying to assassinate me? What was that? As soon as I turned around, he lit away. What is he? What was it? The Kraken? Draken? I apologize. There are. Ooh. It was the one in oh my gosh, my brain is so bad today. I can't even think. This jump is so tough. It's such a tough jump. You know what? You stay here. Okay. All right. Okay. Yeah. Hey, come here. Yoink. Come. We're gonna get there again. We're gonna go through the slot on the right side. We're gonna explore a little bit more. And we're gonna see if we could find a little bit of, I don't know, something else that's kind of interesting and new. Oh, Mama's here. She's probably not happy with me. Oh boy. Oh boy. You can't see me! Aha! Oh wait, hold on. I'm gonna need this. Can't touch this. Ha ha! Oh! That works. No! All right, one more time, like the full attempt or 5:30, whichever happens first. Because if I can't get it in 30 minutes, then I don't think it's bad. Yeah, I also saw it happening. At least one of these tries, I'm gonna get too greedy. Because if it's not like on the edge, I just don't make it. Of glory. On the edge of glory. Why am I like? Why am I going in backwards? What is? Can I not? Okay, well, we're going backwards. We're scooting backwards up the pipe. It's not like we're gonna be doing this a while. All right. Okay, please no. Okay, we're okay. Honestly, not great. Not great. Okay, perfect, lovely, perfect to see. And then we go in here. Don't you dare. If you come after me, I'll eat your children. Okay. Okay. And then get this one. Why was that angle so bad? Oh, it's okay. We're fine. We're fine. We got this. We got this. We got this in the bag. This is all practice. They're all there's like the practice swings before you swing, but you take like 87 practice swings. There's like 4 golf carts behind you, honking their horns, yelling at you, being belligerent because they've been drinking the whole time. Right? Am I right, guys? Totally relatable moment. Bro, I go for thank you for going forward this time. I'm hearing a tinge of frustration in your melodies. I don't know what you're talking about, her Tinko. I don't know what you're saying. What do you mean? I'm totally vibing. Just like the one vein in my forehead just pulsing. All right, you stay up there. I'm just gonna go this way. Oh, perfect. Don't you dare! Don't you dare! All right, in there. Oh, juked. Come on. Finish it. Finish your food. There you go. Come on. I need you to get out. I need you to come out. I need you to... Alright, well. I'm gonna need you... Okay. Oh, thank God. That was so close. Don't you dare. Go. Are you joking me? You're joking me. What are you doing over there? No! No! What are you doing there? You haven't been there the whole time! You haven't been there the whole time! What do you mean? Oh, no, no, no! What do you mean? No! No! Get me out! No! No! Come on! No! No! Fight for me! Fight for me! Fight for me! Oh, thank God. Okay. We're going. We just need to make it a second time. Oh, come on, man. Come on, man. What do you mean? Oh my gosh. Of course, the one time I make it, I get fucking abducted and then put back to the beginning. It's like, hey, we're gonna need you to. It's like a secondary verification to make sure that I'm skilled enough to make that jump. It's like, what if we had you do that a second time in a row? If you can do it twice in a row, you're fine. Hey, how you doing? Left appendage. Real experience. Getting miraculously safe only to die platforming. Bro, 90% of my deaths are falling. You made a first base to jump out again. Honestly, Thank you for the stretch. Ugh. All right, surely going on the other side of this. Ooh, it'll kill me. All right. Okay. Come here. I need some food. Hee 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 ho ho. Okay. All right. Come on. Get over there so I could go around you. And whoop. Hee 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 ho ho ho. Can't catch me. I'm too fast. I'm too squirrely, which is unusual because I'm not a squirrel. I'm a slug cat. Oh, no, I'm just kidding. I'm a vulture. I'm just kidding. I'm a Paleomancer. Which is true, which is lies. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna need you to, slug cat, work with me here. I don't know where the sweet spot is. Oh, the banana lizards. Oh, okay. The yellow ones, I'm assuming. Oh, another one. Here's what you do. I'm not telling you. Perfect. Lovely. Exactly what I want. That's exactly what I want, actually. I don't want you to tell me. I want you to laugh at me failing. That's what I want. I want it to be my failure to be entertaining and not frustrating. That's the point. It's like, do you enjoy watching a person, a PNG, do the same area 20 times and die different ways every time? Then boy, do I have a stream for you. Come on down to Idealist Stream, where you too can find him die in every single conceivable way. All right. What? Did I headbutt the little mosquito thing? No way. There's no way that happened. That's so funny. You do the thing to the other stuff and then go to the other thing? Oh, gotcha. I don't know either. See, the thing is that okay, I'll do the thing where I'm at the edge of the thing. That makes sense. That was very descriptive, Idealist. Good job. I've done it a few times. I'm just not able to find the spot. I've done it on top of the hill. I've done it at the edge of the hill. And then I do the same thing, what I think is the same thing, and then it doesn't happen. So I haven't found the sweet spot yet. We will see. Oh, wait. I know what I need to do. I'm so dumb. I'm so dumb. I think I know what I need to do. All right. They're over there fighting. Hee 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 ho ho. You can't get me. No, no, jump, jump. I know what I need to do. I remember this now. Throwing things extends your jumping range. I remembered. I remembered the thing! Let's go! Okay. Alright. So, this is what we want, right? We want to be able to jump. And then here. Oh, no! Ah, thank God. Thank God death is no longer around the corner. Running. Alright. Okay, so now we're kind of in new territory. We just want to go kind of like straight right. Okay. Oh! Why didn't I grab? Woo! Oh, no! Oh. Oh, no! No, 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 no. Haha! Take that, you damn vulture! Oh, no. I refuse. We both die. We both die. Okay. We remembered throwing makes you go further. That's not going to help me. And there's a lot of debris. Thank you. I'm really good at staying alive in fights, but not so much with platforming. When I'm being attacked, it's a lot of times I'm have the advantage, but when I'm not, if it's just jumping to a different thing, not so much. All right, let's grab some junk on the way up. We'll get some junk in my trunk and then call it a day. Ooh, junk. You don't see me. You don't see me. Why are you blue? Okay. Y'all don't see nothing. Haha! I guess I did when his mouth was open. There we go. I'm blue. If I bleed, I will die. I will bleed, I will die. Ooh! I will bleed. What are you gonna do now, huh? That's what I thought. Alright. Okay. We could do this. We could do this the easy way. Hiya! What is in here? Anything interesting? No. Okay. Easy way. Oh! Right. Good job. Good job, Idealist. Good job. Way to go. I thought this was just a screen that you could just jump to the other screen. I didn't think you needed to take the pipe. I didn't think there was a wall there. I thought it was just a... Okay. Hey guys, in case you were wondering, there's a wall there. I did that for you. I was testing it. It was a science. I was testing the null hypothesis, which was there was in fact not a wall there. And then I proceeded to die as a scientist. All right, I'll move my legs too. Ooh, get some circulation back in. Okay. But now we can consistently make the jump because we're throwing things as we do so. Now if we could just get by this without the I was gonna say goon squad, the lizard doggo squad to pay us no mind. And honestly, perfect. All right. There we go. There we are. Oh, I just jumped right off. And woo! Did I get him? I did get him. Get on my belly. All right. Oh. Okay. All right. Looks like right. Okay. And then left. And then right again. Okay. So, yeah, right. Oh man, it's so relaxing. I'm so calm. I'm so calm and collected. Oh. Alright. Alright. And then now, this time I'm actually going to go up here. I thought I managed to actually grab that one. Okay. Okay. Oh, thank God. We made it. We made it. What's over? Oh, more. Ooh. How are we doing on hunger? Well, we would be starving if we took it, but look at that. How are we on day? We're very far on the day. Let's see. What's down here? Okay. We need 3? Day 3 to move on? Good to know. Day 3 to move on. Interesting. I think it's worth trying to go for, but we need food. I'm not seeing any food over there. Okay. I kind of want to... There we go. Oh. I kind of want to... Let's see here. Oh. Let's do this. Nope. Okay, so that is just not... That's just not a thing. What if we hit the very... Nope. Okay. Listen, I'm just testing. I'm just testing. Calm down. Everyone, calm down. The thing is that a wall? It might be a wall? Something tells me it's not a wall. I do want to just get this under control on my... Not under control. Like, filled out on the map. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. And then we're just gonna... Whoop! Alright. It is a wall. Okay. Alright. We will save the new area next time, I think. So thank you all for stopping by. It was wonderful having you. Let's see who else is playing this game on Twitch, so we can drop the kids off, so to speak. No problem, no problem. You all are always welcome to stop on by again at any point. We play games on Saturdays. We chill and relax and do relaxing things on Sundays, and then I do game dev for an indie horror game that I'm working on Tuesdays. So feel free to stop on by. Let's see. Rain World. Who is streaming? Who looks cool? I like the TV guy. I see me. Let's do... We have Triangle Head, TV with the phone. TV with the phone is really catching my eye. What is... I do like Antlers. I do like Rain Cloud. Sock fans in chat? Sock fans. What do you mean by sock fans? Oh, from the emotes. I was gonna say, I don't see Rain Cloud might have spoilers for you. Okay. In that case, let's not do Rain Cloud. Let's do Papa Phantom. How's that sound? Let's do Papa Phantom. So thank you all for joining here today. I'll start setting up the raid now. Stick around for the raid. Let's see here. Raid. Papa. How do I spell this? Does this count? It does work. Yeah. All right, perfect. And thank you for stopping by. Have a wonderful day, a wonderful evening, and I'll see y'all tomorrow for some Sunday chill day. All right, stick around for the raid. See you in a bit. Take care. Bye-bye.